Blood on the menu, coffee served blacker than a night raid. Knives out, silverware sharper than a switchblade. Cops on the block sniffing scents like a bloodhound. Chalk lines drawn where dreams get gunned down. Orders come quick, whispers in the steam rising. Crooked deals brew, truth drowning, no compromising. This cafe ain't quaint, it's a scene out of nightmares. Bugs clink, but the sound's laced with despair. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Men is steeped in code, specials written in blood. Today's dish, betrayal, served with the
blood on the menu, coffee served blacker than a night raid. Knives out, silverware sharper than a switchblade. Cops on the block sniffing scents like a bloodhound. Sharp lines drawn where dreams get gunned down. Orders come quick, whispers in the steam rising. Crooked deals brew, truth drowning, no compromising. This cafe ain't quaint, it's a scene out of nightmares. Mugs clink, but the sound's laced with despair. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Menacing the code, specials written in blood. Today's dish, betrayal, served with a grudge. Dago in the back, flipping pancakes with a snarl. Bullet holes in the walls, paint a mural that's dark. Customers in shadows, faces blurred like a dream. Conversations and whispers, plotting schemes unseen. This ain't your local diner, this is hell's canteen, where your last meal's a latte and regrets the cream. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Blood on the menu, coffee served blacker than a night raid. Knives out, silverware sharper than a switchblade. Cops on the block sniffing scents like a bloodhound. Sharp lines drawn where dreams get gunned down. Orders come quick, whispers in the steam rising. Crooked deals brew, truth drowning, no compromising. This cafe ain't quaint, it's a scene out of nightmares. Mugs clink, but the sound's laced with despair. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Menacing the code, specials written in blood. Today's dish, betrayal, served with a grudge. Dago in the back, flipping pancakes with a snarl. Bullet holes in the walls, paint a mural that's dark. Customers in shadows, faces blurred like a dream. Conversations and whispers, plotting schemes unseen. This ain't your local diner, this is hell's canteen, where your last meal's a latte and regrets the cream. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Blood on the menu, coffee served blacker than a night raid. Knives out, silverware sharper than a switchblade. Cops on the block sniffing scents like a bloodhound. Sharp lines drawn where dreams get gunned down. Orders come quick, whispers in the steam rising. Crooked deals brew, truth drowning, no compromising. This cafe ain't quaint, it's a scene out of nightmares. Mugs clink, but the sound's laced with despair. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time.
time. Menacing the code, specials written in blood. Today's dish, betrayal, served with a grudge. They go in the back, flipping pancakes with a snarl. Bullet holes in the walls, paint a mural that's dark. Customers in shadows, faces blurred like a dream. Conversations and whispers, plotting schemes unseen. This ain't your local diner, this is Hell's Canteen, where your last meal's a latte and regrets the cream. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time.
Blood on the menu, coffee served blacker than a night raid. Knives out, silverware sharper than a switchblade. Cops on the block, sniffing scents like a bloodhound. Sharp lines drawn where dreams get gunned down.
Orders come quick, whispers in the steam rising. Crooked deals brew, truth drowning, no compromise. In this cafe and quaint, it's a scene out of nightmares. Lugs clink, but the sounds laced with despair. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Menacing the code, specials written in blood. Today's dish, betrayal, served with a grudge. Dago in the back, flipping pancakes with a snarl. Bullet holes in the walls, paint a mural that's dark. Customers in shadows, faces blurred like a dream. Conversations and whispers, plotting schemes unseen. This ain't your local diner, this is Hell's Canteen, where your last meal's a latte and regrets the cream. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time.
Blood on the menu, coffee served blacker than a night raid. Knives out, silverware sharper than a switchblade. Cops on the block, sniffing scents like a bloodhound. Sharp lines drawn where dreams get gunned down.
Orders come quick, whispers in the steam rising. Crooked deals brew, truth drowning, no compromise. In this cafe and quaint, it's a scene out of nightmares. Lugs clink, but the sounds laced with despair. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Menacing the code, specials written in blood. Today's dish, betrayal, served with a grudge. Dago in the back, flipping pancakes with a snarl. Bullet holes in the walls, paint a mural that's dark. Customers in shadows, faces blurred like a dream. Conversations and whispers, plotting schemes unseen. This ain't your local diner, this is Hell's Canteen, where your last meal's a latte and regrets the cream. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time.
Blood on the menu, coffee served blacker than a night raid. Knives out, silverware sharper than a switchblade. Cops on the block, sniffing scents like a bloodhound. Sharp lines drawn where dreams get gunned down.
Orders come quick, whispers in the steam rising. Crooked deals brew, truth drowning, no compromise. In this cafe and quaint, it's a scene out of nightmares. Lugs clink, but the sounds laced with despair. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Menacing the code, specials written in blood. Today's dish, betrayal, served with a grudge. Dago in the back, flipping pancakes with a snarl. Bullet holes in the walls, paint a mural that's dark. Customers in shadows, faces blurred like a dream. Conversations and whispers, plotting schemes unseen. This ain't your local diner, this is Hell's Canteen, where your last meal's a latte and regrets the cream. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time.
Welcome back, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever it is, wherever you are. I hope it's good for you because it's great to be here with you. We are open for business back in the cafe, guys. Part number 10 here, reading the supplemental ISP supplemental reports, full read, and hopefully we're about done, y'all. This is a lot of reading, but welcome back, everybody. It's great to have you in the house. I do appreciate you so very much. Kent, I seen you ask a question. There is a link to Krista's channel right there up on screen in chat for you. And if that's the case, I will throw that up as well. 1 minute here. One minute, everybody. Welcome back. Good to see you again. Thank you so much for joining us today. All right, guys. Like I said, give me 1 minute. You guys know where we're going. I see that right there, buddy. We'll hit that as soon as we get through the intro here. Thank you guys for joining us. Share this out. Hit the like button. Let's do this thing. All right, here we are, guys. Back in action, back in Idaho. Welcome, everybody. Kent, where did you find that at? I'm looking for it. I'm not seeing it. Can't seem to find it. Bear with me. Come on in, grab a seat, yo. All of you guys, please and thank you. And where are you finding it at, Kent? So I can pull it up here with us, or where are they saying it's at? Because I'm looking everywhere and I don't see it anywhere. Come on in, grab a seat, guys. We'll do this together. I'm looking. I'm looking. Can't understand why they would have one, but I'm looking. Maybe 1 minute here. Let me see. Wait a minute. Okay, scheduled for 8:28, 12:30. Laramie. Oh, it's about the hearing. Yeah, we'll be here for that for sure. Absolutely, absolutely. 100%. In fact, I should probably add that in. Maybe 1 minute here. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I'm back. Yeah, it should be popping up here soon. Yeah, it's about the it's a hearing in regards to um the Karen the Laramies filed against the city of Moscow about releasing the photographs and stuff like that. Yeah, exactly, Paula. That's what we're going to be going for. Let's see who we got here real quick, guys, before we get moving. Kent Corbett, good to see you, my friend. Paula Lamore. Jeanette Swainpole, welcome back to you. South Africa, all the way from South. I love it. Love it, love it. The Done One in the house. Good to see you. Moonlight Baby, Phenomena Mom. Good to have you here as well. Thank you all so very much for joining us. There's Eddie in the house. Lady Speedwell, hello and welcome back to you. Yeah, we will be airing or streaming that as well, that hearing. I figured I could just work it all in together. Should be popping up here soon though. Okay, come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable, you guys, please and thank you. Oh, do. 1 minute here. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. Grab a seat. Just wait a few to get everybody in here, and we will get moving with some things. Yes, like Lady said, please don't forget that like button, guys, so we can get up in that algorithm. I would greatly appreciate all of that from you guys so very much. See if I can find this thing while we're waiting. Just give me a minute, and it will be bringing. I believe there's some more photographs out here too that were released. I need to get to those and put those out at some point too. We will get there. Oh, come on here, Dago. Find what you're looking for. I hope everybody's having a great morning, great afternoon. I hope everybody had an amazing night last night. I appreciate you all joining us last night for the show. It was a great conversation. It wasn't even directed going in that direction, but it definitely went that direction. So grateful for that. Um, for sure. I hope you guys all enjoyed last night's show that was here as well. See Jag, wait, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. We left off yesterday at 185. We'll get to that at some point. Cooking spaghetti. Hey, hey. You gotta throw some meatballs in there. You know better than that. Come on now. Legendary, what's happening, brother? Good to see you today. I've always hoped that Legendary is a guy because I always say that. So I was too, Eddie. I was truly interested in talking about the Atlas situation last night, and it didn't happen. And we'll get to it though. We will. We got plenty of time. Maybe tonight. We'll see how things go throughout the day, but we're gonna get to it because I definitely want to get into a conversation with that, you guys. But you know how this case is, and it was a really good conversation. It definitely brought up some interesting points that I've been sitting on for a while that I've been questioning. Carrie J814, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Always happy to see you. All of you guys. Let's see if I'm gonna send Mama Bear a message. Mind you, 1 minute. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat, please, and thank you. 44 people in the house today. Let me see. Show. Looks like we got 11 likes. Please hit that like button, if you will, please, and thank you. Yeah, we'll definitely get to the Atlas situation, Eddie, because I'm very interested in it, and I'd love to have a conversation with you about that as well. Come on in, guys. Get a seat. Grab a seat. Also, I need to pull up this other link for this hearing too. So bear with me, guys, while we're waiting on some people to pop in. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to be insulting or anything, Legendary. I figured you were, but I made that mistake once before and I felt really bad about it. So I just wanted to be sure I was being real, you know. You're good, Legendary. You don't have to worry about it, bro. I just like I said, I made that mistake for once before and I was doing it for a good 3 months and then finally they said, by the way, I'm a woman. I went, okay, I'm sorry. So I should do that more often and verify. But you know, some people don't like to put their business out there, so I get it. Okay. Yeah, by the way, the hearing today. Hey Scotty, good to see you, brother. It's it's in Moscow, okay, Lake County. It's in regards to Karen Laramie and of course her husband Scott versus the city of Moscow, and Judge Megan Marshall is going to be the judge that's overseeing it. So my mate once asked a barmaid when she was due. Oh God, you don't ever do that, bro. No, 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 no. I can't wait till Saturday's legendary. Bama plays their first game. We're ready to go for that one for real. College ball is on. It's that time of year. Love it, love it. Okay, give me a minute here. I'm here, guys. I'm trying to get something pulled up and ready to go. So bear with me. Bear with me. Appreciate your patience, guys. Okay, let me see here. Beach Babe, Jesse Shule, welcome back. Good to see you. Good to have you here today. Boise tonight. Okay. LSU. Got you, legendary. Yeah, yeah. One of the football coaches had given a DNA sample, which was kind of wild. So I'm interested in that as well. Jessica Bulk, Emma R, welcome. Good to have you all here today. Let me see here. Trying to get my link to work. Good morning, Jessica. Wonderful to see you. Thank you so much for joining us today. I do appreciate you all so very much. And I hope you're all having an amazing start to your day, as always. Excuse me. All right, guys. I think I got it here. Give me 1 minute. I hope they're going to be streaming it today. It says that it's offline right now, but Jamie Demon, welcome. Good to see you today. Thank you for all see all these new voice faces. It's wonderful to see you guys here. Thank you so much for joining us today, guys. I'm hoping that they're going to set this here to roll here soon. Nope, it's not where I want to be. Yeah, it's Megan Marshall. We'll see what happens, folks. And if not, also, I think I can probably leave that sit there for right now. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable. Let me throw Eddie's link up here too, or, well, the link itself. 1 second here. Give me 1 minute. Let's see here. Is it starting? Yeah, it should be. But it's not coming up. Hold on. Let me see what Miss Lana's doing here. Give me a minute. Hey, wonderful to have you here, Jamie. I appreciate you joining us. I hope you enjoy it here. A lot of people do. She had the same screen up that I did, you guys. Yeah, it looks like it. Okay. So that was right. Then we're good. All right. Let me pull that one back up. Gotcha. They better be streaming it. I don't know why they wouldn't, but they do everything else usually. Excuse me. All right. Okay. Did her say the same? Did her say it was offline still? Violet, welcome. Good to see you. You slept 5 hours, Jesse. And you missed 2 days, right? Oh, okay. That's okay. Cool. There we go. All right. Here's the link, guys. Give me a minute. Let me fix something here real quick for you guys. All right. The link is pinned in the top of the chat now. If you guys want to join me up here, Jesse, Eddie, whatever, we can discuss some things before we get into the hearing. And right. Let me pull that back up for you guys. Here we go. Oh, hold on. Be nice if we could hear it too, right? There we go. All right, guys, we're set and ready to go. I always struggle with these streams because for a while they weren't showing some of them, and some of them they were. It's different links, and then Hitler changed things around at 1.2. It's okay though. It is okay. I think we got her. Give me 1 minute backstage there. Just trying to grab something here real quick. There we go. Sorry, bud. Welcome back. How are you this morning? Afternoon.
Good to see you again.
Always, always.
We're waiting on this hearing, which could suddenly appear at any time live.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can discuss like whatever until then, and then if not, then we'll get into whatever else. But it's fine. No, it's actually, I'm sorry, not anytime. It's actually been pushed back 30 minutes now, Eddie. So we got another half hour. Sorry about that.
I can share a quick story with you all.
Let's do it. Always good stuff. Always good stuff.
I started my morning with a bike ride, and the weather is phenomenal. I could rave about it, but that's not what I intend to discuss.
You're in Minnesota, right? So everybody understands.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm riding by this pasture or this fence line, and it's off to my right. And I'm just in a zone. I don't take notice of anything other than the road in front of me. I'm road biking. It's not gravel.
Gotcha.
So it's paved, and suddenly I was startled. There, in the ditch, on the inside of the fence line, there was a large animal suddenly that moved through the grass, and turns out it was a cow.
A cow?
Yeah, just a regular like dairy cow.
Gotcha. Wow.
Matter of fact, there was 4 of them, and see what happened is what startled me is I startled one of the cows. I came upon them so quickly and silently, and then one of them suddenly noticed me.
Gotcha.
The gradient, the road started to go uphill. So what I did is I shifted gears right about there. And, when the chain goes into a different cog on the rear sprocket, it makes a bit of a noise. unusual noise, I'm sure, for a cow,
Right.
which is what startled the cow. And then when the cow started, it moved through the grass and it kind of alerted its, three other cow friends, and they kind of were alarmed at his being alarmed. And all that moving through the grass and the movement caught my attention, and I was alarmed at them. Well, I was moving so fast, and they assessed, that I was no danger and moving away from them now. And I quickly assessed everything that had happened and realized it was just them reacting to me. So that was that. But then, as my mind always does, it just is always thinking about the Idaho 4. And I realized, those cows, when they were alarmed, the 4 of them all stayed together. They were together before I arrived, and then I startled them, and then, they stayed together after that. And that's, they're herd animals, and likewise, so are we as people. We,
Gotcha.
Animals, there's safety in numbers, and they, will remain together because that's when they're the safest. And we do the same thing. So how does this relate? Well, my mind was thinking about the 911 call, which originated from within the house. We know that.
Yeah, definitely.
And we can see that there is 4 people on the outside of the house when the officer arrives, and HJ is standing right there at the doorway. So there's a total of 5, not including Bethany. So regardless of during that 911 call, when it was initiated, whether there's 5 or 6, think of the amount of space, that 5 or 6 people being together would take up. And where would they be? I mean, if you were part of that group, you wouldn't be, in the mechanical room. You wouldn't be, let's start eliminating the places. You wouldn't be at the landing of the stairs right there by the outside door. You'd be, well, I'll let you all finish that. I'm not here to
Sure.
dictate your thoughts. I know where they would be in my mind. And also notice that the photos of Xana's room are all redacted, and there's a couple reasons for that. Of course, the graphic.
Yeah.
But I think primarily the reason is so you overlook how noticeable the body is from the living room.
Right. That's an interesting point, Eddie, because again, as we were referenced, that she glanced and saw Xana and booked on down to Bethany's room, which I still don't believe that's even possible. For the distance, to know that's Xana, okay, and to guess that that's her laying on the floor in her bedroom, maybe you could make a guess, but to know exactly who that is at a glance as you're running by, I never believed that. So I see where you're at with that. I see what you're saying. We have to make sure. Go ahead.
We've been told that EA was, she made it up as high as the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
They were telling us that, feeding us that before the body cam came out. And then if you notice the body cam, the stairs kind of brings you up into that room, not at the furthest side of the living room. It's almost kind of in the middle of the living room.
Right.
So, they're trying to influence our thoughts to believe, she made it up and then went right back down the stairs. Well, without the body cam, it's easy to be misled to thinking, well, that's a long way from Xana's room, but it's not. I mean, it's just almost right there. It's such a small space and a small distance between the living room and Xana's room.
And I have something to add to this whenever you're done that I think is very important to think about. So are you sure? I didn't want to interrupt you.
Oh, I can always pick up, whenever. There's not a whole lot of other to add, but go ahead and
Okay.
share.
It's kind of important to me, at least I think it is. So we do know. I'm pretty sure we're all secure in the fact. And by the way, Jesse, you're welcome to join us up here as well. The link is pinned. I'm pretty sure that we're all secure in the fact of knowing that there was a cleanup after this happened, right? Okay. We've looked at photographs. We've seen things where they were cleaned and weren't cleaned, and what they were and what they weren't. So on and so forth. So one of the areas in the house that was definitely a spot that was cleaned, that was, hey, there's our megastar. Thank you, Meg, for joining us. Making dinner. It's noon. Oh, you got to get a different chair, Jesse, or a pillow or a blanket or something there, or pack some pounds on your bootay and make it a little more comfortable for you, bro. Right. But the top of the stairwell going down to the ground floor, which would be the direction that Dylan took to go to Bethany's room, right or wrong. And at that point, oh, okay, I got you, Meg. Crock-pot meals are awesome, especially on a day like today. That would be the route that Dylan takes to go to Bethany's room. There's no other reason to go any other way. So the spot at the top of the stairs was cleaned. There was blood all over that wall. We know that. They know that. And I got to tell you, Dylan knows that. It was cleaned by somebody. And at the point that we're to understand that Dylan went to Bethany's room, the murders had taken place. That's correct, right, Eddie?
Yes.
Based on what they've given us to for our knowledge, okay? So Dylan ran past that massive blood stained up the wall. Didn't say a word. Didn't tell anybody. Didn't go when she goes outside and tell Hunter and Emily and all of them there's blood all over the wall. Hunter didn't say anything when he goes inside. Josie didn't say anything when she goes inside. Emily didn't say anything. When they got on 911, we never heard that. There's blood all over the wall. Once again, folks, one more lie.
Yeah, this morning after my bike ride, I went and looked at the body cam again, and I listened to the 911 call. And it's apparent that, at the point of the 911 call where Dylan's telling everyone in the house, we have to, the person on the 911 call, the operator is stipulating that we check.
She said to Bethany, come on, Bethany, we have to. Yeah. Bethany wasn't there.
But we have to, okay. Right. So from that time until the time that they have a reaction, in other words, I'm trying to, weigh all the facts. Like, okay, if my theory is that they're already upstairs, then let's ensure that that is a sound theory and it holds water. So that time from when they actually concede, the point that, okay, we have to, all right, let's do this type of mindset in that 911 call, till the time that they react to what is in Xana's room is less time than it takes Officer Nunez to go from the bottom of the stairs all the way up to that same point in Xana's room.
Right.
So Officer Nunez is just, himself. But if you have 5 or 6 people taking less time to make that same distance, if indeed we're led, if we're of the mindset that they're downstairs, they're in the house, but they're downstairs. So if someone wants to, be a gadfly and argue,
sure,
like some want to do,
of course,
it doesn't really work. That argument is just them being a gadfly and being contrary, because of the timing. It is just the timing would lend more credence to if they were already in the living room and made that, same, and made that distance, from the point where they're standing into Xana's room, I guess.
Right. Interesting. Yeah, I see what you're saying. the whole thing, folks. I mean, it tells its own story at this point. Like every bit of this, you know. Um, like I said, we know it was cleaned. Okay, so obviously Hunter and Emily and Josie and anybody else that came in that door didn't see the blood all over the wall there at the top of the stairs, but Dylan did at some point. She had to have. Is she the one that cleaned it off? Is that why? Okay. It's obvious it was cleaned. And to answer your question, SRB, I'm sorry I didn't at first. It looks like the wall was sprayed because there's so much of it there and it's such a large spot that, yeah, I believe they sprayed the wall itself. Maybe when they sprayed the handrail, they noticed there was some cast off on the wall as well. So they sprayed the whole wall down because they obviously saw the handrail. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion. I don't know exactly how it was done, but it's guaranteed they sprayed that whole wall. So,
You know, sorry, go ahead.
No.
The other sitting here, I realized they could have been in the kitchen too. That would make as much sense. Also,
sure. Yeah.
I mean, matter of fact, that would almost make more sense because, like, okay, let's just say you and I are there, and we've been directed to the script. We're directed, to make a 911 call. And where would we stand? If we were in the living room and could see in there, I'd prefer not to see that. I'd rather just be around the corner.
Gotcha.
I mean, it's not like, I mean, they've already seen it. We just feel that, but still, even though they've already seen it, it's better to not stare at it. I'd be in the kitchen. Of course,
no, right.
The sliding door is open too for fresh air, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, a case could be made there, but you can definitely hear Officer Nunez's footsteps going up the stairs. But on the 911 call, you can't hear 6 people clumping upstairs.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Just some thoughts.
Very good point. I'm trying to find it, but I can't. I always have the wrong link when I do this. Yeah, no, that's a good point. And again, if Dylan was not involved in this cleanup, you had to have heard it happening. That was never spoken about. You didn't talk about hearing anybody or anything else after what you stated in your statement. So okay, let me put it this way. In my opinion, that tells me she's involved in the cleanup. Okay. The question is why? Was Bethany? Maybe not. But if they're there together, maybe Bethany said, I'm not doing this. I can't do this. I'm out, and took off. Okay. And that's why we see her coming back at some point. But I'll have to find that picture later. But that's been bothering me again. Like I said, I don't ever stop thinking about this stuff, you guys. Hold on 1 minute here.
I also noticed when I was rewatching that body cam that when HJ led Officer Nunez into the bedroom or near the bedroom, that some of the stuff they were saying back and forth to one another was redacted. I don't know if I'm sure we all caught that before. Yeah. I don't know if we ever reacted to it.
They redacted a lot, right?
Yeah. I'm sure it has to do with the details of what HJ is saying about the condition of the scene, because most of what he's discussing is, he checked her breathing, but not Ethan's yet.
Right.
So he's kind of getting into the details of his experience before the officer arrived. So I'm guessing they redacted something because whatever he's saying is going to probably prove or at least suggest
right
that the story is fishy.
Absolutely. I do agree, sir. I do agree. And I'm just at this point, it's painfully evident, you guys. A good point, simply. You didn't hear water running through the pipes during the cleanup. I mean, this is painfully evident to me now almost to the point of like I'm insulted, if that makes sense to you guys. Welcome, Wade Bird, Steve W. 1 second. Gen 7, Beach Babe, Witchy, Samira, Simply Solo, Kiki Can. Welcome back to you. Of course, SRBBBBB. Poor SRB's got a sick kiddo at home today, so in and out she might be. Megastar, you do what you got to do, SRB. You know better. That's always priority. Of course, Jesse Scholl, hopefully at some point when he gets his booty ready, he'll be joining us up here. Moonbreaker, good to see you. Kane B, what's up, buddy bear? Good to see you, brother. Person blue holding pencil. Okay.
And hello to everybody. If I haven't said hello yet, good to see you all this afternoon.
Yes, it seems morning, but it's definitely afternoon. It's just about to turn 1 p.m. here. Miss Charlene, good afternoon. Morning to you. Good afternoon. I'll put it that way. But like I was saying, I hope I got everybody. If I didn't, I will catch up with you guys. I'm grateful to have you all here with us today as we're going to view this hearing. Laramie versus Moscow, city of Moscow. This is Karen and Scott Laramie. They have a suit against the city of Moscow in relation to crime scene photographs being released, so on and so forth. So we're gonna watch that live, and then we're gonna read some more and discuss some more as we're waiting. Terry Martin, good to see you, dear. Wade Bird, if I didn't say it, Lady Speedwell, welcome to you. Okay. Scotty's in the house. Paula Lamore. I love that last name, Lamore. I've always liked those types of names. So like I said, it's painfully evident and almost to the point of being insulted that we're to believe that there's no involvement as far as the cleanup situation, so on and so forth. So you don't know what happened pretty much at 4 a.m., but you don't know what happened. But the top of the stairwell was cleaned up. You went through that house at some point. You went in there. You know there was blood on that wall at the top of the stairs. You had to have known that living in the home. You came out of your room, which is right there. If she opens her door, folks, and walks out of her room and turns, the blood's there. She saw it. She had to have seen it. And then it's gone. You know, I didn't even think about this until last night. And then she calls Emily. Emily and Hunter come over and don't say it. She doesn't say a word about it. There was blood everywhere. Well, that we know of, based on what we're told, okay? Hunter comes over, comes in, grabs a knife, goes and looks. Everybody get out, get out. Seems like a show to me, if he would have known that. Okay. If he would have known that. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt for a few minutes here. And then they make 911 call. There's no talk of Dylan saying there was blood everywhere. We don't hear anybody say anything about Ethan. We don't hear the blood underneath Xana or all over Ethan. That's never spoke about. Hunter gets on there and says she's not breathing. All of these things are withheld. In any other situation, Eddie, myself, anybody in here, and Eddie, you can attest to this. If you called 911 and you had just seen the situation, what are some of the key words you're going to throw into that conversation, bud?
Yeah, there's too many to recount.
Right.
It's
way more than my friend's passed out. I think she drank too much last night. It's more like my friend's dead. She's all cut up and there's blood everywhere, period. You know? But that wasn't the way the script read, as we like to say. Texas, good to see you, brother. Woman power, welcome to you.
So if HJ is telling Officer Nunez, you know, I checked her breathing, but I haven't checked his yet. That, right, of course, suggests that he's seen the both of them previously.
Right.
During the 911 call.
Yes.
But yet he's acting the part where, you know, he's leading the officer upstairs to a drunken college student who has passed out from overdose, you know, alcohol poisoning or whatever.
Right, right. Exactly.
Yeah, it's insulting. How stupid do they think we are?
That's what I mean. At some point, I had to say that it's become insulting. So I'm glad, I mean, I think it's a pretty good term for this at this point. What's up, Pappy Man? Witchy, wonderful to see you. Phenomena Mom, if I didn't say it again. Texas Ranger, wonderful to see you. I like the fact that Texas was in a group of people that completely opposed me and opposed my thoughts and things, and is able to come in here with opposing feelings on this and be an adult. And I love that, and I respect and appreciate that, Texas. Thank you. And Terry, good to see you again. So yeah, absolutely insulting in my opinion, you guys, because we're not dumb, okay? And nobody is dumb. And it truly, in my opinion, it kind of makes them look stupid to do this, thinking that they're going to get away without people realizing how ridiculous it is. You know what I mean?
It goes hand in hand with this mainstream media. How they push this ridiculous story, and then they have panel guests, and then of course it's just a one-way conversation. The two or three of them are talking, they're controlling what's being said and the thoughts that are interjected into the conversation. There's no opposing opinion, and you can tell they're just laying it on thick.
Yeah,
I call it.
absolutely.
You can tell you're being BS'd, and they're doing it straight-faced. You can't shame them. They know they're lying. And I guess some people are so easily fooled or blind that
Right.
they're believing this.
Yeah. And it's sad. It is sad. Cammy Q, what's up, girly girl? Good to see you. Wonderful to see you, actually. Texas, right. We do have opposing feelings on this, but I appreciate that you're willing to listen. There's a lot of people that won't, okay? And to see the things that we're seeing, they don't even want to talk about it. That's what bothers me, because I will listen to it. Like if Texas were to come on panel, which you're always welcome to, and join us and give his thoughts on what he feels on this, I will absolutely listen with respect. Okay. And I would do that with anybody. Nobody does it. Nobody wants to do that. And I get why in some senses, because, people do get bashed in certain communities if they have an opposing opinion, and that's not cool. It's not the way things should be. So, but yeah, I appreciate you, and I respect that, Texas, that you are willing to listen and be involved in a conversation that has an opposing, opinion of yours. Why didn't the cleanup crew get rid of the sheath? Because that's not part of the plan, lady, in my opinion. That has to be there. Okay. I know this sounds ridiculous to say it out loud, but that sheath has to be there. It has to stay there. And I don't know that they went in that room, to be honest with you. I think they whoever cleaned up the exterior surface areas for things to be seen. Okay. And I think part of the cleanup is to clean up the possibility of fingerprinting and other things that were maybe left behind too. Okay. Brian didn't clean this. There's no way in hell Brian could have cleaned this, in my opinion. If he was in that house, there would have been him. He would have showed up in that house. They would have found him. Okay. And the only thing they found was a minuscule amount of DNA on the inside of a snap to a sheath. That's it, according to them, allegedly. So no. Jen just says he didn't clean the scene. The scene was not even cleaned well. You're right. And certainly not by anybody with knowledge of forensics. And that is a thing. That is a thing. That's a huge thing. Knowing that Brian is a criminology student that works in cloud forensics, you have to have some knowledge of basic forensics and pathological forensics and things like that. Okay. No, no, they would not have found what they found if he would have been involved in the cleanup, in my opinion. That's just, again, my opinion, but nobody's perfect. I understand that, but not somebody like that. Come on now. He's trained. His knowledge is based on that. You know what I'm saying? His education is based on that. Don't understand that. So that's why there's no way. And again, let's not forget Detective Gilbertson, Detective Payne, Prosecutor Bill Thompson stating that there's absolutely no connection between Brian Koberger and this house or these victims. That means something, guys. Believe it or not, that means a lot. That's one of the huge reasons why I truly believe Brian is innocent of this. And I'm very comfortable in saying that. Back, 6 months ago, I couldn't say I believe Brian's innocent yet. All I could say is if you show me proof that he did it, we'll talk about it, please. I don't believe Brian had any kind of a connection to this at all. And if I were to find that out, I will be massively surprised. Okay. And then at that point, I want you to show me how, because I can't see it. I just can't. I've looked in every direction, every angle, every possibility. I've looked at this. I do not see how or where Brian Koberger fits into this equation anywhere. It's like trying to put a triangle through a circle. Okay. It just doesn't make sense. Beach Babe, good to see you. If I didn't say it already, I think I did, but I'm not saying like innocent in the fact that he was a driver or a cleanup person or this or that or anything. In my opinion, there's absolutely nothing Brian had to do with this period. So how did they get to him? How did his knife sheath get in there if that was his? Those are the questions. I get it. There's an answer to it somewhere. As Fox Mulder would have said, the truth is out there. And hopefully one of these days we will find it. What's up, Paco? Good to see you. They definitely didn't clean. They left either Amino Black or luminol all over the countertop. Well, that's after the fact, but that Amino Black was from forensics and then supposedly cleaned up after the fact. They did, but I don't know. Right. Exactly, Samira. I don't. Do I believe a gun was used? It's a possibility. Why did Ann bring in a ballistics expert? You don't do that for a knife or a machete or a sharp-edged weapon. There would be something there that would make you bring that person in. Am I wrong? So,
Lisa said it's on.
let me refresh and see if it popped up yet.
No, Your Honor.
Here we go.
Mr.
All right, guys.
Pascal, any objections on behalf of the city to any of the declarations that were filed?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, then I believe we can proceed with argument then. Mr. James, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, Leander James, pro bono counsel for Jim Chapin, Stacy Chapin, and Karen Laramie. I will not reiterate everything that is in the briefing, Your Honor. I know you've reviewed it and carefully. I do want to touch on several subject matters and emphasize a few things. The subject matters are the facts of the case, the uniqueness of the case, and the application of the law to these unique facts. The facts. The city contends and has sworn testimony that it redacted all of the bodies in the case. We submit respectfully that that is factually inaccurate. Blood, as a biological fact, is part of the body. There are portions of these images that show, without any blurring, pools of blood, splattered blood, dried blood, smeared blood. Blood is part of the body. It is factually inaccurate to say that the bodies were entirely blurred. The blood, of course, most of it we see in what we call in the law the death scene images. Here are the bedrooms. There are also images of blood, that splattered blood and other blood. It looks like in images I reviewed, the representative sample, there was splattered blood outside of the bedrooms. What has been sent out, unfortunately, has been sent out, but any further dissemination of information should include complete redaction of all the blood. That's part of the body. Second point I wish to emphasize is that blurring is not redacting. Your Honor has in the record, for example, in the testimony of Stacy Chapin, how incredibly harmful and emotionally damaging it is for her to see images of her son and the other murder victims that are in these images that were released and that may be released. They're in there. They're just blurred. They're just harder to see. The city could have used a black box. They could have truly redacted. But the definition of redaction, which I put in the brief, is that all of the sensitive material is taken completely out. It's not that it's blurred. So we would ask that as part of the order that the city be required to, with any further dissemination, the portions that are redacted are completely blocked out and not simply blurred. The uniqueness of the case. This case is unique in a couple of really important ways. One of them is that it's, as the court has acknowledged, it has garnered worldwide attention because of the true crime industry, which is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and because of the prurient interest of others and the economic efforts of bloggers. The information in this case has been disseminated, used, misused, and used in ways that are incredibly harmful, both to the witnesses, others involved in this case, and my clients. I understand under Idaho law that the city cannot ask a requester why they want this information. And I understand that it's not part of the court's analysis of why are they asking for this information. However, I respectfully submit that the context of the World Wide Web this day and age, in fact, the technology this day and age, is relevant to the analysis of the impact on my clients. So while I understand the court and the city is not going to look at why is someone asking for this information, in the context we're in today, I think it's relevant to understanding the impact on an invasion of privacy. And I think it's fair to analyze using that the reality of the situation we're in today. And it's unique for a couple of reasons, because of AI and other technology that's far over my head. Images like this are disseminated within an instant worldwide. It's something we've never had before in history. And the true crime, another prong of that is this true crime sort of, industry that uses this stuff for economic gain and misuses it. And then a third prong of it is that the reality is that people who comment and look at this stuff say horrible things about the family members and others. So I think the context there is important, the uniqueness of the case. Application of law. There are two overarching theories that we put now, arguments we put in front of the court. One is the statutory right to privacy, and the other is the common law right to privacy, which is recognized in Idaho under the Urenga case. A few comments on the statutory right. I think one of the key issues under the statutory right is, there are others, but one of them is who qualifies as a victim. And the court can interpret the statute to determine whether my clients qualify as victims. Now, I think a reasonable interpretation is they do qualify as victims. They were victimized in two ways here. They were victimized first with the murder of their child and sibling that deprived them of the love and affection of the murder victims. It's tragic, and it happened. They were then re-victimized when these images, these gory images, were disseminated to the public, or at least in this case, to one media outlet that then apparently disseminated to others because they're now out there everywhere. And my clients have seen some of these images, and the court has the record. It's been a devastating loss to them. They were re-victimized when these images were sent out to the public. I am respectful of the city, and I'm quick to add, I am not implying and do not mean to imply that the city had any intention to victimize these people. I do not think that. And my clients remain grateful to the Moscow Police Department for everything it's done. But in terms of analyzing who's a victim under the statute, I think it's relevant to recognize that my clients were re-victimized. And I think it's not a reasonable interpretation of the statute to determine they're not victims under the IPA, because it's consistent with other statutory, other Idaho code provisions that recognize the immediate family members of a decedent. They recognize that they have victim rights. In IC 195306 is the victims' rights statute, and it explicitly recognizes that family members have rights of the victims. The application of law here, I think, first of all, in conclusion under the statute, I think the clients qualify for protection from unwarranted invasion into personal privacy.
Exactly,
And they
Texas.
also qualify under the subsection small I to not be harassed by dissemination of this information. And again, whether intended or not, the dissemination of this information results in harassing them with emotional damage. So I don't think you can just analyze under subsection 2 little I. I think it's important to look at single I. Even if the court determines, which I do not think the court should, that, well, let me back up. Another reason under the statute why my clients here should be protected was laid out in the court's original analysis in the TRO and in the Gaylord case, which adopted the Gaylord analysis and supporting cases, including Supreme Court cases that recognize that when an individual dies,
Welcome,
the
Lacey.
immediate family members, the right to privacy of the decedent inures to the benefit of the immediate family members. And the court knows that analysis. The court has thoroughly gone through it, but that also applies here. So for all those reasons of the statute, I think my clients should be protected, even if the court determines they aren't protected under the statute, which I think would be incorrect. But yeah, if that happens, there still is the common law right to privacy that's alive and well in Idaho, and a basis for granting the injunction here. So in conclusion, and that right to privacy specifically includes intrusion upon the plaintiff's seclusion or solitude or into the private affairs. What is more of an invasion here of the parents and the siblings' seclusion, solitude, and private affairs, and to disseminate death scene images of their children worldwide? The last thing I want to say on the statutory side, I want to go back to statutory because I meant to emphasize this, Your Honor. The IPA puts an affirmative duty on the city to, once a request is made, they have an affirmative duty within a certain period of time, depending on where the requester is requesting from. They have an affirmative duty to determine both what should be released and what shouldn't be released, what's subject to the exceptions. I understand that, well, that's the statutory scheme. That's what it says. It's plain language. The analysis of the city, and by extension now the court, is triggered by a request. And they're determined what is exempt and what isn't exempt under the statute. It is not triggered by an aggrieved individual under the statute coming forward and filing a lawsuit. That's not required. And my clients, and I believe that under the statutory scheme, this analysis is not just limited to my clients and the death scene images and their rights to privacy. They extend to all others who would fall under protection under both the common law and the statutory scheme. And I give the example in the brief. I'll just say it so everybody can understand where I'm coming from. Imagine a body camera video, a police officer entering a house, investigating a crime scene, and they run across a girl, a naked girl, coming out of a shower, and happen to film it. Now, I don't think any of us would reasonably argue that that should be disseminated to the world. that girl has a right to privacy. And it shouldn't be disseminated. And under the Gaylord case, we use an objective analysis. Would a reasonable person see that as an invasion of privacy to disseminate their images of their naked body to the world? Yes. And it's an affirmative duty on the city in that example, were that to happen, to redact those images and protect the girl from the unwarranted invasion of privacy. So my clients respectfully submit that the analysis here extends beyond even their children and sibling, but to others, including witnesses and others. Now, implicitly, the city has acknowledged that analysis because they blurred images of the face of witnesses and others. So they've redacted, or again, it's not redacting, it's blurring, but they blurred certain things of other people, and I think that implicitly acknowledges what I've just argued. In conclusion, Your Honor, we respectfully submit that a permanent injunction should be entered, preventing any further disclosure of the death scene images, any further disclosure of the bodies, including the blood. That should all be redacted, any image of blood. And we would ask that the court also consider what other images are an unwarranted invasion into privacy or an intrusion upon the individual's seclusion, solitude, or private affairs, because we think there are others there, but clearly the core ones that we think are over the line are the death scene images. Thank you, Your Honor, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. James. Just a couple of follow-up questions here. So, in your complaint, your clients seek a privacy interest in a number of different parts of the video, to include not only these, as we call them, the death scene images, but to include also the images of witnesses, the sounds or the audio related to those witnesses, any media containing the sounds of the witnesses, and what they may or may not be saying, as far as just the sobbing portions or them crying. So my question is, but then in your briefing, it didn't seem to address some of that. So I was wondering, at this point, are your clients still asserting a privacy interest in the images or sounds of witnesses? And if so, where is that? How do we get there as far as their privacy interest is concerned?
Yeah, good question, Your Honor. I'll answer. That links back to what I said about the affirmative duty under the statute. It's our position that the city, and by extension now the court, has a duty to analyze these images and these audio sounds to determine whether exemptions apply to those two. Now, clearly, those images and audio sounds are triggering for my clients and cause intense emotional stress. I think it is the question I think the court's getting at is, well, how is it an invasion of their privacy? And I would respectfully submit that's really not the analysis. The analysis is once the request is made, then it's the obligation of the city to analyze whether disclosure is an unwarranted invasion into the privacy interest of the person. That's why I gave the example of the naked girl. The naked girl, so to speak, is not here making a claim. No witnesses has come forward and made a claim. They don't have to. The statute asserts an affirmative duty. And so our position is that the city, and now by extension the court, because the court's now in the middle of this, it needs to analyze these images and audio sounds to determine what is appropriate or what is exempt and not exempt under the statute. And also there's the common law interest of right to privacy. I think that should be analyzed. And I'll just emphasize it. Nobody has to come forward and do what my clients did, find an attorney who would be willing to file a lawsuit for them and go to this extreme point of bringing a case. They don't have to. The statutory language is clear. The affirmative duty is on the city to determine what is exempt and what isn't exempt regarding all of the images. Thank you, Your Honor. I hope that answered the question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. James. And then the other question I have is that just before I turn over to the city and having reviewed what their briefing includes, if the court were to find that the family members here or the plaintiffs do not have a privacy interest, then do you maintain that the deceased individuals themselves have a privacy interest, and if so, to what extent?
That's a great question, Judge. I think under the Gaylord case and the cases I've analyzed, the privacy interests of the decedent still exist, but they inure to the benefit, as I said, to the family members to assert them, and they have a right to assert them. So I think that it's sort of how you slice it here. I mean, you could, I think, analyze it in a way to say that once the decedent dies, their privacy interests die with them, and the family members have a privacy interest. But I think it's fair to analyze it under the case law that the privacy interests of the decedent then are exercised by the immediate family members. So that would be the position I take, Your Honor, on the law, that to really refine it, there are really two privacy interests at stake here. One is the privacy interest of the decedent that is exercised by the immediate family members, but they're also the privacy interests of the immediate family members.
All right, thank you.
Exactly, Marty.
Mr. Pliscal, response?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor has obviously reviewed our brief. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about it, but I will be brief in my comments. I don't have a whole lot to say beyond what we have argued and laid out in our brief. I do have a couple of points I want to address that Mr. James raised, but at the end of the day, the city's the man in the middle here. If there were an option set forth in the statute that allowed these records to be fired into orbit, into the sun, I think, in my heart of hearts, and I'm pretty sure Ms. Batista's as well, we would just as soon not release these records. Nobody gets them. These are harrowing images. This was a horrific crime. I don't think that anybody could reasonably say otherwise. And I equally think that it would be difficult, if not impossible, to dispute that family members of victims of a crime as horrific as this, of course they are distressed, will be distressed, would be distressed by the release of any materials relating to the crime. I can't dispute that. I don't want to dispute that. And the city has not to this point and does not intend to dispute that. The declarations that Mr. James has filed on behalf of his clients lay out.
He's an attorney for Moscow.
Sufficient detail that his clients will find the release of these materials distressing. That's not in dispute. The problem is the way the statute is written, at least as I understand it, and as I know Ms. Batista understands it, there's equally little dispute that the materials we're talking about here qualify as investigatory records under the Idaho Public Records Act. And there are several exceptions. There are several exceptions written into the statute. Existing case law says they are to be construed narrowly. And to the best of my knowledge, the only exception that has any plausible application to the materials we're talking about here is the unwarranted invasion of personal privacy exception set forth in, I don't have the code section in front of me, but I can pull it up in just a second. Should have had it in front of me, my apologies. Set forth both in Idaho Code section 74-124, and the definition of personal privacy is further defined in section 74-101 sub 17. And to follow up on the court's second question to Mr. James, that is, I don't know, it might be the crux of the matter if Your Honor reads this provision and gives it its plain and ordinary meaning. It defines the right of, what is, who can raise this privacy interest in a fairly narrow and restrictive sense. I don't dispute that it was written against the backdrop of the common law. And I also don't dispute that if we go look beyond Idaho, the United States Supreme Court has discussed, what I understand at least. It's not entirely clear from Justice Kennedy's opinion, but I understand you to be talking about the common law right of privacy there, that the federal FOIA statute was written.
I agree,
against
Tex.
as a backdrop. But the statute itself in Idaho is quite narrow in terms of the privacy interest that comes into play when you're talking about the right of privacy or unwarranted invasions of privacy for these purposes, for purposes of reading this narrowly construed exception to public disclosure of investigatory records, which again is required by statute in Idaho for good or for ill. And I'm not going to go through what I wrote in my brief. Your Honor has it in front of Your Honor has it. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. But the bottom line is the type of privacy interests that are talked about in Idaho Code 74-101 sub 17, they don't clearly apply here. The only interest that is talked about that might, I think, is, I mean, in terms of interests of deceased parties, it uses language that is not applicable here. And the other section that applies, or at least has plausible application, is the provision that talks specifically about unwarranted invasions as weighed. It imposes a balancing test. I don't know how you can read Idaho Code 74-101 sub 17 and not come to the conclusion that you can find a privacy interest. You can find whether it inures to the benefit of the deceased, the victims themselves, the family members, whether they are victims themselves as a matter of other statutory provisions or not. It's still a balancing test. Whoever, whether it's the city or a court that is brought into the mix, has to weigh the competing interests. And the competing interests are the interests in privacy, which, whether you find that the family members that have brought suit here have an interest in privacy or not, it still has to be weighed against the interest in public disclosure. And as I've also set forth in my brief, the city has received numerous requests for these materials. The city has received almost more than 1,150 total, and 250 of them specifically asked for images, body cam video, whatever. I may have the numbers slightly wrong there, but the bottom line is the city has received, at minimum, a couple hundred requests that cover investigatory records that include photographs, videos, whatever else the city's officers collected when they responded to this crime and investigated. Whether I personally, whether anyone personally thinks these images should be released or not, the city has a duty under the statute to release them on request, unless an exception applies. And as even Mr. James acknowledged, the city doesn't get to ask why. The city doesn't get to look into, quiz the requesting parties on why they want these images. And for lack of a better word, I struggle to understand why members of the public want these images, but I'm not the one who's made these requests. And equally, I unfortunately know that we live in a time when conspiracy theories, and as Mr. James referenced, the world of true crime, it's a big business, it's a big industry. Conspiracy theories run rampant, and as I cited in our brief, there are a small but vocal segment of individuals who, even after Mr. Kohberger pled guilty, admitted his guilt, admitted responsibility for these horrific acts, they still think that he might be innocent. I don't know what there is to say other than the reasons why any individuals would want these images. It's difficult for me to wrap my head around. But that is, unfortunately, under the way this statute is provided and written, that isn't the question. The question is whether the public has a right to look at the affairs of the public officials that run the government, investigate crimes, and prosecute crimes. There is no investigation ongoing. The city can no longer say, look, we can't release these. There's an investigation ongoing. It will impede the administration of justice. For good or for ill, the materials have to come out unless an exception applies. And the only exception that applies here is one that requires a balancing test. And as far as I can tell, the city applied that balancing test to these images and crafted what I think is the only sensible balance. The materials that the city has provided to the court, the initial redactions, Mr. James characterizes blurring of images as not redactions. I don't know how exactly to respond to that. If they're not visible because they're blurred, or if they're not visible because there's a black block over them, if you can still see the rest of the room, that seems like a fairly trivial distinction. If the court intends to issue an order that requires that black boxes be imposed instead of blurred images, Ms. Batista can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that the city would be probably amenable to that. I don't think that that is a hugely burdensome issue. Whether other parties that have requested the images would object, I don't know. The city could end up back in front of Your Honor or in front of some other judge in this district saying the flip side of this argument, which is to say, well, blurring is good enough. Why didn't we get the blurred images? Why do we have to look at black boxes or something similar? As I said, the city is in the middle here. The city is going to get it from either side, and there doesn't seem to be any way to avoid that. As far as Mr. James's suggestion that images depicting blood spatters or blood pools are body parts, I don't know. I don't have a particularly, I don't know how to respond to that, simply put. If I'm cut and blood ends up on the floor, I don't think that is part of my body anymore. I know that there is a fairly extensive body of intellectual property law that gets into residual interests that individuals have in, for example, blood or DNA once it's removed from them. But to say that images of blood spatter is tantamount to and no different from a depiction of a dead body on the ground, I don't think that's a strange argument, and it's not one that I agree with. I don't know how exactly to respond to it other than to say, I don't think it's accurate. I don't know how much else I have to say, Your Honor. At the end of the day, we are talking about an exception that requires public officials to conduct a delicate balancing test and weigh the public's interest in disclosure and the interests of family members or the deceased, depending on who exactly it is who holds the privacy interest, and release the materials that the statute requires to be released. I think the city did that here. If the city came up with a balance that is not completely where the court thinks it should be struck, we will accept your guidance. I mean, I don't think that there is necessarily anything in the statute that says one way or another whether a public official's application of this balancing test is due any discretion or due any deference. At some level, it's inherent in any type of judicial review of administrative or agency actions. But I mean, we're not here on a petition for judicial review. We are here under a request for injunctive relief or, I guess, declaratory relief of some sort. And the statute doesn't provide any clear guidance. I would simply say that the court should, just as a matter of principle, defer to the considered judgment of public officials in this area. But at the end of the day, weighting evidence is something that the court is very familiar with. That's what courts do on a daily basis. Whether that means that every particular decision made by the city in this case, or any other case in terms of disclosure of investigatory records, needs to come in front of a judge to be reviewed and ratified, I don't know. That doesn't seem like the scenario that the legislature envisioned, but perhaps it is. And I'd just like to conclude by saying that Mr. James suggested that this is in some sense a unique case. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think, unfortunately, a lot of the interest that he was referencing, the fact that the internet means that disclosure instantly makes whatever is released, it's around the world before the opposing party has their boots on. I mean, Your Honor is aware that my office was brought into this case very late. I wouldn't even say late. The process has been ongoing. We were brought into the case right before the lawsuit was filed. I've since reviewed the images. I've since reviewed the body cam videos, both in the initial redacted form prepared by the city and in the additional redacted form prepared by the city after the TRO was issued. This is not an easy case. I think Ms. Batista and the city did an excellent job in coming up with a workable balance, the most workable balance that could be struck under the circumstances. And it is unfortunate that the release of these imagery, it's unfortunate that it will make it onto the internet. It will be splashed across news articles, and it will cause the victims' families distress. That, unfortunately, is what the statute seems to require, at least as I read it, and at least as I understand the facts at issue here. Maybe this is maybe the statute to be changed. Maybe the Idaho Supreme Court has to clarify the interpretation of it. I don't know if this dispute is going to be resolved here, simply by virtue of the fact that we are talking about a statute that seems to have perhaps unintended, perhaps intended negative effects when we're talking about murder investigations. And I mean, I think I cited this in my brief, but some other jurisdictions have laws that specifically, it would appear, address this exact scenario where investigatory records, whether they involve murder investigations or not, they are generally not subject to disclosure. They're very limited. Pennsylvania has a statute that does this. Idaho, for good or for ill, does not appear to. We are simply, and by we, I mean myself, my office, and the city of Moscow, are simply trying to deal with the competing interests that the statute has created and do what we can to balance the public interest in getting sunlight being the best disinfectant versus the very understandable concerns of any number of families of the victims. And so, Your Honor, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And I would also point out that if Your Honor needs additional time to craft a ruling, if Your Honor needs additional briefing, Ms. Batista and I have covered this previously. We would be happy to leave the temporary restraining order in place for a limited period of time, simply to allow any additional briefing that the court considers necessary, or simply to allow the court to make a informed, full, and reasoned decision. So just throwing that out there. But if you have any questions, I'm happy to at least attempt to answer them.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bliscow. I do have a couple of questions. So the city, as I understand it from the declarations that were submitted, has responded at least to 2 different requests for this information. The first of the photographs that were blurred, the city did that that was prior to this case being filed. The city took it upon itself to blur the faces. It redacted personal information for witnesses and other non-law enforcement individuals. They blurred bodies, they blurred photographs within the rooms and other items within the rooms, and then also VIN information on a number of vehicles, license plate numbers, including for vehicles that belong to the victims, or the deceased, I should say, in this case. The reason I believe it's incumbent that we use the term deceased as opposed to victims is because there are other victims in this matter, and I think that being identified as far as the criminal proceeding goes and how that definition applies across whether it's a constitutional protection for those victims that are named, but also under Title 19 that both counsel have pointed to. So one of the questions that I have is in responding to those requests, initially, and then also subsequently after the temporary restraining order was issued, which at that point was very limited in what this court issued. That being that the city was restrained at that time from releasing any additional audio, video, or photographs or images concerning or related to specifically Madison Mogen's bedroom, no one else's. The city then released a body cam video with utilizing black boxes over all of the bedrooms within the home, not just the decedent's and not just Miss Mogen's, as was ordered by the temporary restraining order, and also muted certain audio within that. So my question is for you, the city has to justify, obviously, as you know, under the Public Records Act, the city has to justify those kind of redactions when it's responding to a request. What was the justification for that, or what statutory basis did the city use to respond to those requesters and say, this is why we are blurring these images?
My understanding, Ms. Batista can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that we relied on your order, and the fact that Mr. James had indicated to us that he was intending to bring claims on behalf of other, and I apologize for the imprecision in my usage of deceased and victim, Your Honor. But my understanding is that the statutory basis, I don't know if there's a specific statutory basis that the city relied on, other than to say, we have a court order that says we can't release bedroom imagery of this victim. We have a plaintiff's counsel who has indicated that additional parties are coming. It was abundance of caution. I think that if we had gone the other route and simply redacted Miss Mogen's bedroom with black boxes and nothing else, I'll be frank, I would not want to be back in front of Your Honor arguing and explaining why, when we knew additional plaintiffs were coming and were going to be added, and as it turns out, only one was, why we defied, if not the letter of a court order, but why we defied the spirit of a court order that clearly had found that bedroom imagery was potentially problematic. Rock in a hard place, Your Honor. That was the basis on which we released that body cam video with those particular redactions of all of the bedroom imagery or any descriptions of the bedrooms. Again, Ms. Batista can correct me if I'm wrong, but that is my understanding of what the basis was.
But I guess I'm asking, before any court intervention, the city released images to, as we know, KTVB, I believe was the requester, that have been disseminated. I don't know who or how. I know that's not even part of the analysis here. It doesn't matter, but they are widely available on the internet. Though the city made a decision at that point in time, based upon their statutory duty to respond to a public records request, that they were going to blur certain things, which I went over. There was no court order in place. What I'm wondering is, what was the city's justification? What were they using to justify that blurring or redaction of the images at that point in time? Was it this provision, the unwarranted invasion of personal privacy, or was it something else?
Ms. Batista, you're on the call. Would you like to address that?
It was based on the unwarranted invasion of personal privacy.
Okay. So then my next question is, if that was the case, whose privacy interest was the city asserting? And was it that it was an unwarranted invasion of the personal privacy of the deceased person themselves? Or is it of the family members of the deceased? Do the deceased individuals maintain a privacy interest in their body their blood, their effects, their personal identification, the VIN on their vehicles, the license plate numbers on their vehicles, because those were blurred. So is the city maintaining then if the family members do not have a claim or a privacy interest under this particular exception, is it the deceased person? And how far does that extend, Mr. Pliskow?
Well, I think that, I mean, we're getting into an issue that Mr. James got into as well, which is whether and to what extent there is an attendant interest beyond what the deceased has. I mean, I think that there is undoubtedly, whether in Idaho or elsewhere, a common law privacy interest. Favish, the United States Supreme Court decision, talks about that, at least in general terms, maybe not specific to Idaho. But I don't know is the simple answer, Your Honor. It is difficult to say. The statute that defines what an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy is seems to suggest that it is a narrow interest that inures to the benefit of the deceased only. That's the only one they're talking about there. There's no mention of family members. There's no mention of other interested third parties. And yet, I mean, you can look to other provisions of Idaho code and find language that seems to suggest that victims have some sort of interest that might apply here. I think that I think the court has to go by what the specific statute says here. You know, specific derogates from the general. The specific provision we're talking about here is the specific statutory language that governs the release of public records. And to govern the release of public records, this statutory provision talks specifically about what is an unwarranted invasion of privacy and not. And that's the term you have to look at. Looking elsewhere to terms that are not referenced, the legislature could easily have cross-referenced these statutes and said, you know, this is what it is defined as for these purposes, subject to the limitations set forth in statutory provision X or Y, or in addition to the provisions set forth in statutory provision X or Y. That's not what the statute says. That might be what it should say, but that's not what it says. And to the extent that we are talking about the redaction of private information of what would be like VIN numbers, other personal identifying information specific to the deceased, I wasn't involved with the additional redaction process, so I will freely admit that I might have to turn it over to Ms. Batista on this, because I hate to throw her into it, but the exact basis on which these were released is she is much better versed in the analysis and the thinking process that went into that. So Mia, if you would like to address this, if you can address this, please do. Otherwise, I will attempt to muddle my way through the city's thought process.
Your Honor, if I understand part of your question, it was, involving the redactions of the vehicles in the parking lots and the VIN numbers. There are sections within the Idaho Public Records Act that allows you to redact personal identifying type of information. When reviewing those, we felt, in part because of the way these materials were being shared nationwide, really, that not knowing exactly who those vehicles belong to, what could be done with that sort of information, we erred on the side of trying to protect whoever the owner of those vehicles would be, trying to protect their privacy interests. And that's why we redacted those. I'm trying to find the exact section, but I'm not able to find that right this second. But there is a section that allows you to redact personal type of information, identifying information that would include things such as, financial account numbers, social security numbers, driver's license numbers, certain information within a driver's license number, and things of that matter.
So I guess another question I have then, going on this same line, is that if we are to interpret the statute as Mr. Pliskow, as you've indicated, and following your briefing and saying that it doesn't specifically say that the family members have an interest, a privacy interest. In subparagraph 17A, Roman numeral 2, it says that the disclosure or release of information is likely to violate legitimate and substantial privacy interests of the person identified when such interests are weighed against the general public information. If Mr. Pascal or Ms. Batista, if the court limits the interpretation of there of the person identified being the decedent themselves, then, and the city were to release images, video, not blurring, not redacting, just showing the dead bodies, what's the recourse? The decedent person doesn't have, they're not here to challenge that. So who then on their behalf but the family can? I mean, what's the point in having that particular subsection of unwarranted invasion of personal privacy if it's left to the decedent to try to come forth to claim some interest in saying you can't release an image of my dead body? I mean, that doesn't logically make sense. So I'm trying to understand how we can be so narrowly interpreting it, if that's what the city is asking.
Well, for one, this may be splitting hairs here, but estates of deceased individuals have residual interests. The mere fact that a family member can't bring a claim on behalf of a deceased, but the estate can, is not a concept that is utterly alien to law, whether in Idaho or elsewhere. I think it might be unusual to interpret, a right of survivorship in this context that does not inure to surviving family members, but does to the estate.
So sorry,
but it's not completely unprecedented.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but are you saying then that what should have happened is that these families should open up a probate and be representatives of the estate of these two individuals, or in order to come and assert? I'm confused on what you're distinguishing.
I mean, yes, I think that is the distinction that I'm drawing, simply to say that if it's a personal representative of the deceased or the deceased estate bringing claims, that is the answer to your question. I don't necessarily think that it's an unusual result. I will freely concede that, and it may or may not be what the legislature intended. But at the end of the day, it is what the statute says. And I mean, that is where we come down. And unusual, unorthodox, strange though it may seem, that seems to be what, in our view, the statute suggests.
Okay, and so if the court does find that these particular plaintiffs, have a privacy interest, does the city agree that the other deceased victims' families would have a similar interest? Or does the city believe that they should be required, as Mr. James has done here on behalf of two of the decedent's families, filed a suit to assert such interest?
I think that I can only answer the claims of the parties that have filed suit here, but as a general principle, I don't think there's much difference. Yeah, if one set of family members have a privacy interest, so do all. And I mean, there's a reason why the materials, the additional redactions the city has prepared, apply to all bedrooms. So go one, so go all. It's the same thing. And I don't necessarily think that there is any reason why, at this point in this litigation, a separate suit would have to be filed by the additional family members. If Your Honor says there's a privacy interest here and it weighs strongly in favor of X or Y, the city is going to abide by that ruling across the board here. It's not going to sit here and play games and say, well, two family members or two families have brought suit, but the other two haven't. So these images can go out, these images can't, and too bad you didn't file suit. I think that we do not dispute that the city has an obligation to apply these statutory exceptions and do so in good faith and to the best of the city's ability. If the court gives clearance and guidance, we might appeal your ruling, but we will abide by it. And if the clear implication of it is that these are privacy interests that apply to all of the family members, and the weighting of the competing interests does not favor disclosure, we're not going to stand on principle or procedure and say, no, two families have voiced their interests, 4 families haven't. 2 images get released and the other 2 don't. There's no difference here. We will abide by your ruling, whatever it is, Your Honor, subject to potentially appealing it.
Okay. And then, so my last question, Mr. Pascal, sorry, I do just have one more. So the city has asserted, obviously, that the public has an interest in law enforcement's investigation. That is the primary interest that we're weighing against this privacy interest, and whether or not the release would constitute an unwarranted invasion of that personal privacy, as opposed to, say, a warranted invasion of the personal privacy. The videos depict law enforcement's actions, as we know, as far as going into the scene and those things, as well as the written reports that the city has already released or made publicly available on the website. So I am wondering how that public interest is enhanced with images of the bodies, the blood spatter, the blood stains, when all those descriptions are available in reports. How should we weigh that, or the court should weigh that against the privacy interest? I guess I'm wondering, what is the threshold the city sees as the unwarranted invasion as opposed to just a warranted invasion?
I mean, Your Honor, at some level, as we set forth in our brief, it is difficult for us to answer that question. We aren't the party that wants it. It is difficult for me on a personal level to understand why imagery, body cam videos, and what have you, why they are necessary, what clear, legitimate interest their disclosure serves. I'm not the requesting party. The city has 200 of them lined up. If we turn around and say, we draw the line somewhere, it might satisfy some of them, it might satisfy all of them. I don't know. The city might end up defending several lawsuits from parties that are interested and think that the precise imagery that you have just listed off is utterly essential, whether because they have questions about the investigation, whether they have questions about Mr. Koberger's guilt, whatever the reason may be. We can only speculate as to what that might be, or whether those lawsuits will be filed. At the end of the day, a line had to be drawn, and our understanding is that where warranted and unwarranted lie here, it is, it doesn't end at the edge of one of the deceased's bodies, but it's kind of close to that. Crime scene photographs that show dead bodies are clearly an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. There's a Supreme Court case that says exactly that. Justice Kennedy talked about it at length. We do not dispute that. However, body cam videos, photographs, other records that were compiled during the course of the investigation that are careful to omit imagery of the bodies themselves, that show how officers processed the scene, that showed how officers investigated the crime, and that dispel beyond, in my view, any possible basis to question that this was a properly run investigation, and there is no reason to doubt the guilt of the party who has admitted that he committed it. I think that it is nothing short of conspiracy theory that gets into why these materials in any form, redacted, any form greater, I should say, then, all right, let me back up that just a second. I do not see how anything other than conspiratorial interests would support the release of imagery and body cams beyond the version the city initially prepared and that initially provided to the court for its review. I also don't see how the city can reliably stand up in front of a judge, whether it's this judge or another court, in an action brought by a requesting party saying, we need this imagery. We think that it has these redacted photos with these black boxes that the second set of redactions prepared by the city or something in between. We don't think this is enough. We think these are investigative records. We think we need them to prove or disprove what we think are our understanding of how things went down. Bottom line, as I said, Your Honor, a line had to be drawn somewhere. And if the city came down slightly on the wrong side of the balance, I don't know what there is to say other than we will accept Your Honor's assessment of where the proper balance lies. We might appeal it. We will, however, comply with it. And we are talking about, at the end of the day, concepts of warranted and unwarranted. Your Honor has been on the bench for a long time. Warrants, reasonable suspicion, Fourth Amendment. These are not standards that are amenable to mechanistic, clearly defined, easily applied in all circumstances definitions. Courts have been wrapping themselves in knots since the beginning of our country, trying to define what is reasonable suspicion, what is probable cause, what is a warranted intervention, what is an unwarranted intervention. And I don't know what else I have to say other than we think the line was appropriately drawn by the city in this case in the initial set of redacted photographs and videos that it released. If Your Honor disagrees, we will move from there.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pascal. Mr. James, any reply?
Your Honor, Your Honor asked some very good questions there of all of us. And I think it's important to look at what the city did as opposed to now necessarily what it's arguing. Before all of this started, the city released to KTVB these images and redacted the bodies. And they redacted well, I should say they blurred, to be consistent. They blurred the bodies. And why did they blur the bodies? In their view, it was redacting the bodies. And why did they do that? I think one can reasonably infer the city did that because they believed the exceptions within the statute applied. That's why they did it. And Mr. Pascal has candidly just admitted that, under the Supreme Court analysis, that the Desian images are an unwarranted invasion into personal privacy. So I think, look at what the city did. It followed the statute, it thought, by redacting those images, which means the privacy, it's an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy to show the images. The question then becomes to whom. We would assert both for the decedent and for the immediate family members. But the reality is they interpreted the statute the way we're interpreting the statute. That's why they did that. Now, the subsection of the statute and the relevant language, the city argues, you need to follow the statute, but what they're really arguing is you need to follow our interpretation of statute, and the court ultimately needs to determine what these words mean. But the term used in the statute is somewhat ambiguous. It says disclosure or release of information is likely to violate the legitimate and substantial privacy interests of the person identified when such interests are weighed against the general public information. So what does the language of the person identified? Well, one can interpret that to mean the person identified is the person whose privacy interests are being violated or coming forward. And that's reasonable. I'll illustrate why. This doesn't just apply to images. There could be a person who's in the image that is not the decedent, and it's like the example I gave of the naked girl. It's an unwarranted invasion into their privacy, and and this is the mechanism for them to assert it is it's an unwarranted invasion on the person identified, and it could be a person who's not the person the picture was taken of, whose privacy interests are being violated. Is my point. And probably the girl example isn't the best, but there are situations where there could be information that's disclosed that shows one person, but it violates the privacy rights of another. Maybe the wife or husband. A disclosure of certain images or information about their spouse may be an invasion of their privacy too, and they have a right to assert it. So I think the court can interpret that statute to apply where the privacy interests of the person identified are the people identified are the people bringing the claim here. And also, I just remind us not to forget that there's a common law right of privacy out there, which standing alone, I think, is a basis to grant the injunction. So thank you, Your Honor. In sum, I think the city's actions already answered the central question here. There is a privacy interest. There is an unwarranted invasion. The real question gets to be this balancing test then. And I think that's where Mr. Pascal was going when he said several times, in end of the day, you really get to this balancing test. And I'll just say a few words on that. There is a balancing test, and we recognize the importance of transparency in government, and we recognize the importance of the policies underlying the statute regarding disclosure of information that's not subject to the exceptions. And we understand that. I will contend this is a unique case with the worldwide attention, and because we're at an inflection point in technology and an inflection point in this true crime phenomena, that has all collided to make this, I think, a unique case. And how that fits into the analysis, I think, is something for the court to consider. But when you look at what these images would show, the dead bodies, I mean, what more do we need to know? The autopsy reports, for whatever reason, are already out there. If you want to know how many times each child was stabbed, just go read the autopsy reports. They're circulating everywhere. If you want to know how gory the scene was, you can read all that. I think that was partly what the court was looking at. And so the questioning is, this information is already available out there. Do we really need to put gory images of bodies and blood, which is part of the body, no matter how that's argued, it's part of the body, to put it out there in the world? Under the unique circumstances of this case, no, because there's already so much information out there. You can find this stuff elsewhere without having to look at these images. So in conclusion, Your Honor, I think the city has already admitted that the statutory unwarranted invasion of personal privacy interests apply, because they've already interpreted the statute to redact images before any of this got started. And the question then gets to be, where's the line for the court? And I think the court has already found that the death scene images are over the line. We think some audio and some other images are over the line. And we respectfully ask the court to enter the permanent injunction. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. James. All right, thank you, counsel, for your submissions, including the briefing on this. I am going to take the matter under advisement and issue a decision. In the meantime, the temporary order that is in place specifically was in place until an extension is granted or the order is vacated upon further hearing. The temporary order will remain in place pending the court's decision. I am going to issue an amended temporary restraining order, however, because the original order did just prohibit disclosing any images, audio, or video depicting the inside of Madison Bogan's bedroom. Given the additional plaintiffs in the matter and the city's agreement at this point in time, based upon the argument presented in answer to the court's question, that if the court does find there's a privacy interest ultimately for these families, that privacy interest would extend to the other, at least decedents, victims' families, without filing a suit in the matter. I'm going to just extend the temporary restraining order to include that there wouldn't be any disclosure of images, audio, or video depicting inside of Madison Bogan's bedroom, I am going to say of the at this point in time of the Madison Mogan's bedroom, Haley Gonzalez's bedroom, which was also black boxed at one point in time. And then Xana Kernodle's bedroom, in which Mr. Ethan Chapin was located. At this point in time, just so that there aren't any additional release with those things until we can get at least a final decision here. Quite frankly, I think the court has made clear in its temporary order decision that was issued on August 15th that I think we are really looking at the death scene images, whether or not those should be released, and if so, to the extent of which, whether they're blurred or otherwise redacted, what that is going to look like, so as not to cross the threshold of the unwarranted invasion that's being asserted. But again, I thank counsel for your time here this morning, as well as your briefing on the issue and the declarations. I will take the matter under advisement, and we will be in recess for today. Anything further, Mr. James, in this matter?
No, on behalf of my clients, we thank the court for the judicial guidance the court has provided and the riveted attention the court has given to this case and the expedited nature of the case. And we are grateful that the court, however it comes out, we are grateful for the court's judicial guidance.
All right, you're welcome. Thank you, Mr. James. And Mr. Plascal, anything else on behalf of the city here today?
I would just like to thank you as well for your time and your attention to this matter, Your Honor. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. We will be in recess.
Wow. I have a lot to say about this. And I'm she's going to take it under advisement. I think she should stand by the statute as a judge. That's my opinion. Again, we don't want to see these things because we're trying to be disrespectful. I don't want to see, Ethan Chapin thrown out all over the bed in a bad position and this and that. We're looking into this because we want true answers to what really happened. At recess, they're done for the day. Krista, they're done. And I think the public is owed that. Okay. The public deserves to know that. Period. And I think this is bullshit. I'm sorry. And I mean this with all due respect to the families of the victims. Don't get me wrong. Okay. But this is bullshit. I understand what their suffrage is and why. I truly do. But in the midst of an investigation, his comments pissed me off to an extent too. Not understanding this and that and everything else. Bullshit. Stop. You need to sit down and hush, okay? Because obviously there's questions within this investigation, or none of us would be sitting here right now, okay? That's it. And this isn't something new. This isn't some kind of a special case. I've seen that said in chat many times. It's no different than any other murder case, folks. It's really not. It doesn't deserve special treatment or anything like that just because, again, with all due respect, that some of the families are upset of this. I get it. I would be too. But there are people that want to know the truth, period. And deserve to know the truth in this, in my opinion. You're welcome, Jake Gamble, and welcome. Not to mention the $3+ million worth of tax dollars that have paid for this trial and the investigation. I think Eddie was saving his battery. He's in chat here somewhere. I think that it's deserved for the public to know because they paid for it. Okay. That's just my opinion, but that's truly how I feel. Now, if you want to fight something, if you want to be upset about something, be upset about the law enforcement agencies that did not run this investigation the correct way for these people to want to see these types of photographs. Okay. I don't want to see Xana or Ethan or Kaylee or Maddie. I want to see the scene. I want to see how things happen and timestamps and what is in this picture of the scene, so on and so forth. That's what we're looking at. I think most of us, we're not sickos that are sitting there staring at their bodies going, oh my God, I got to see this. No, that is exactly not. No, it's crazy to me. I don't understand it. One minute, you guys. Welcome back, bud.
So, my thoughts real quick on that. It seems like they're using the victim's rights as an argument for obstructing justice here. I don't have any hope that, her ruling will allow for any transparency.
Agreed.
The first attorney, he seems to be arguing that, blood, there's no distinction between, the corpse and the blood splatter. Although, that's two separate considerations for her to rule on. She'll have to rule on them both, which will be interesting to see how that goes.
Yeah, and I'll give you an honest thought on something. I can kind of understand slightly about showing the bodies and stuff. I get that, but the audio of other witnesses, no, that has nothing to do with your invasion of privacy, in my opinion. Nothing at all.
Yeah.
Are you going to bat for Dylan and Bethany? Is that what you're trying to do here? Give it up, okay?
And the argument for that is they'll be traumatized if they hear themselves saying those things for the second time.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
All right. You notice when the judge asked that second male attorney speaking to address, not only the images, but the portions of the audio that were redacted, he never answered her question on that.
Yeah, I think
the bits of the audio in the body cam that were
right. I think it's because it's ridiculous, Eddie. I think he even thinks that part's at least ridiculous because it is. That makes no sense to me. Oh my God. Just one more piece of a mess. Let me see here.
Yeah, it's like we can't prove that he dodged that question, but that's just human behavior. When you have a child that you catch doing something and you ask for an explanation or whatever, and if they can get away with it, they just will ignore that question because there's no good way to address the answer to the question. So
agreed.
That's one strategy for trying to
now yeah. I mean, and this is just, did somebody go to them and say, hey, you guys need to get them to shut this down, this is ridiculous, or this is on their own accord? I gotta wonder, was somebody chirping in their ears about this, or is this on their own? Just saying. And I'm not saying that in a disrespectful way, but I'm just curious. Welcome.
No, I get it. No, the whole thing. There's a These are, what you see front and center, that's the puppet. You don't get to see, who's behind and
Exactly.
controlling the strings attached.
Exactly. Yes, sir. That you don't get to see the puppet master ever. No, they're gonna. She said it herself. If they agree to this, it's gonna cover everything for all of the victims. So
Yes. Yeah, you're just witnessing an erosion of your rights right before your eyes.
Mm-hmm. Poking another hole through the Constitution. They might, at this point, they might as well just light the damn thing on fire, because it's basically what they've done. And they continue to do it. Little by little by little, chipping away at that thing, I don't know, folks. It is, Kent. You're right. That's exactly
This is a special case, a very unusual case, with this new interweb phenomenon, and
no.
the conspiracy theorists out there on YouTube's making money on this. Victims' right is kind of a fictional argument to obstruct the justice here.
But mainstream media is not out here making money on this.
Right, they're the ones that are really making the money on this.
They're making the real money. Thank you. That's absolute fact. What's up, brother?
I don't know if you guys have noticed or not, but I haven't had a bottle of wine, and geez, I can't even count the days.
I didn't, but I guess you're right. Yeah.
Some of the guilters remind me all the time what a drunk I am. That has nothing to do with why I haven't had any wine. In fact, I'll probably have some tomorrow because nobody can stop me, but I haven't had any in a while.
Well, if they're going to call you a drunk, I think it's kind of interesting how you can compose yourself for being such a drunk. That kills me, but okay.
Yeah, well, I've invited them to debate me even while drunk. I think I debated, what's his name? JB Gunner while I was drunk one night, like really drunk.
Right.
But me really drunk is probably still sharper than JB Gunner, because
I can agree to that one for sure.
You guys got time for a thought experiment?
Please, let's do it.
Eddie, with all due respect, I don't want you to answer because I think you might be too smart. But Dago, who shot Kennedy?
Specifically,
I mean, on record. I just mean on record. Who's the guy?
Lee Harvey Oswald.
Okay, who shot Reagan?
Oh shit, you're gonna get me. I know this too, though. Do you know I almost said John Wilkes Booth? That's not true, folks.
You got the first name right? You got the first name right?
I know it's John something.
Starts with an H.
Oh shit. Give me a sec.
The chat's got you.
Yep, John Hinckley. Thank you. My wife's in the background looking it up too.
Thank you, honey. So now, who shot Trump? That was just a year ago. Why do you not know that?
Because it was made. It wasn't that important to the world. Not as important as those two were, So yeah. Yeah, Reagan was shot. That's why Brady.
Hinckley is pictured with George and Prescott Bush at the Bush family home, and his father was a huge campaign donor to the Bush family.
Right.
Which, anyways, but the only reason I was bringing that up was just a thought experiment. But on the other hand, like, how many times have we all seen the Zapruder film, right? And in the Zapruder film, you actually see JFK's head explode like a watermelon. And I mean, they show this in high schools. It's on television. It was on television when we only had a dozen channels when I was a kid. And now we're turning back the clock and saying we can't see stuff like this. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And I do think it's awful suspicious that this kid shot Trump. and it's not covered in the media. Nobody knows who this kid's name. Everybody's just completely forgotten about it. I mean, it's not like nobody was injured. There was a couple people shot and a dude died, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Trump lost a piece of his ear, and the one guy behind him passed away, and another woman got shot, I believe.
I know right after it happened, a lot of Democrats said that it was staged and it wasn't real. And
I remember that.
All I'm saying is it's weird. It's weird. And I don't know, was it real or not real?
Well, the weird thing is we never heard another word about it. After about a week, it was gone.
How just quiet it went.
That was pretty wild. Yeah, I agree with you on that. It's very weird.
Yes, John Hinckley, legendary knows. Eddie, for the record, did you know that stuff?
John Hinckley, no, I did not know that. And of course, not
Matthew Crooks.
You know, the one who they claim shot President Trump.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew John Hinckley Jr. I couldn't get the last name together in my head for some reason. I remember watching on TV when that happened. I think I was 5 or 6 years old, maybe. Remember seeing Brady fall on top of, or maybe it wasn't Brady. Whoever fell on top of Reagan, and then they moved him, got him into the vehicle. I mean, that was a pretty dramatic thing for me back then. And then Brady ended up a vegetable after that, you know? Pretty wild stuff, guys. Pretty wild stuff.
Yeah, it didn't take long for the Bush family to get into the presidency after that either, too. George Bush Sr. would have been president immediately if Reagan didn't make it. Mm-hmm. But he ended up what? He had to wait another 4 or 5 years?
Roughly, yeah. Yeah. You remember why John Hinckley Jr., the reason why he gave that he shot Reagan?
Because he was infatuated with, what's that chick's, Jodie Foster.
Thank you. Clarice. Yes, Clarice. He was trying to impress her in some form or fashion. And yeah, Tomboy just said it right there. Yep. Which I thought.
Well, that reminds me of the guy who shot John Lennon. There was a similar bullshit excuse. I think they were both probably hits, CIA fucking hits, but I don't know. I don't want to. I'm sober. I'm sober is I don't know what the comparison is, but I'm too sober to be talking conspiracy theories at the moment.
Sober as a judge.
Yes.
Sober as a judge, a priest.
Sober as a priest. Wow. Yes, Mark David Chapman
was reading Catcher in the Rye.
Yes.
But I don't know if any of you guys got a chance to watch that Sons of Sam documentary. That made an impact on me. I thought that was really damn interesting.
I haven't seen all of it, but I've seen bits of it. It is fairly pretty good, fairly well made, and pretty good so far, Jesse. Does the Randy Weaver cabin still exist? I have no idea, Witchy. Anybody?
I don't know.
So what are your thoughts on this thing here, Jesse, that we just viewed?
I was working at the same, so I was recording videos on Mac football games. So I saw a bit of it. I the one guy in the suit came across as arrogant as hell. I didn't like his demeanor. Meghan Marshall seems like she's how does she get to be a judge? At the risk of sounding chauvinistic, she doesn't look capable enough to be a judge. Why is she asking the lawyers how to interpret the law? She didn't appear to be all that competent, and also right. Meghan Marshall is the one that signed off on the PCA and the arrest warrant and the what do you call it, the grand jury, and she should have some kind of conflict of interest, because this is she's responsible for signing off on what appears to be an unjust arrest and an unjust grand jury proceeding. And now she gets to rule on whether we get to see the evidence. I don't like that.
I agree, sir. I do agree. It's now, and especially when they tagged in the last part that they're trying to remove the or redact, I should say, the witness reactions. You know, they're crying and what witnesses are saying in the
Yeah,
background.
the dialogue, I think specifically.
Yeah,
I
there
mean,
you go.
haven't we already seen enough of that the cat's already out of the bag?
Well, yeah, but this is for future reference for anything more that may come, and or probably removing what's already out there. It's like, wait a minute, that does not involve.
Didn't Hitler say that if it's already out there, it's too late for that?
In his ruling on that aspect, he did. So that should relate to this as well, I would think. But now they're trying to overlay that with this.
I mean, I did like when he talked about the fact that that media outlets are going to sue him for the information.
Right.
And so at least they have to be cautious of, the fact that if they try to redact too much, they will get sued and they will lose. But yeah, it seems like we'll never see the sheath because it'll be right. If it was found under Maddie's body, then we'll never get to look at it.
That's kind of convenient to me because I don't think we were going to see the sheath ever because there isn't a sheath, in my opinion, or if there is, it was never photographed. I'll just say it that way. Oh yeah, Twiz is right. Hitler doesn't rule over MPD, so that's a good point, Twiz. Hey Noel, good to see you, dear. I don't know that that's it, but it
And is MPD the only department that has photographs that ISP wouldn't have photographs? Or
that's who she filed this against was Moscow, and I wondered. I think somebody else said it in chat too. Are you going to sue ISP because they release photos as well?
Mm-hmm.
That's another question because the photos we reviewed came from ISP. NBC has photographs out there. Are you going to make them take those down?
I really didn't like the argument that blood is part of the body. That sounds like a stretch too far.
That guy, Jesus Christ. I don't understand what he was saying. And the other guy that was, in my opinion, kissing the ass of, the court per se, saying, well, we really don't agree with this. We're not the ones that want these out there, but they're requesting them. And by the law of the statute, I don't understand why they would want him. He said he was guilty. He's in jail. Like, what, and then he starts calling us all conspiracy theorists. No, you done rod. We want the truth of what happened. And in some senses, you need to look at crime scene photos to see those things, to build a timeline, to make it, make sense and per se. Nobody in here is law enforcement, but that is our right to know and understand how this happened in turn, So what you just said there, just no. Sorry, I have no respect for you at this point. It's all conspiracy. Everything's a conspiracy. No, this is not asking questions about how a situation unfolded or why you think this happened and trying to come to a conclusion on our own since you didn't let this go to trial. There's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion.
No, they clearly showed their disdain for what we're doing. And
he does work for the city of Moscow, so he's got to run in line with them too, Jesse. You got to understand that, of course. If he were to step outside that line and say anything in a derogatory term that would go against what Bill Thompson supports, oh boy, there goes that job.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. It's disappointing, but certainly I think it's worth fighting for every inch. I mean, probably it's worth fighting to see everything, even though I have no interest in looking at the pictures of the bodies.
Me either.
I don't think anybody should agree that anything should be redacted.
No,
I mean,
I think there's
as I understand, I've never personally looked at pictures of dead bodies for any reason, for any investigation. But as I understand it, a lot of people have, and a lot of them are available. And yeah,
and their attorney made a stupid statement. Obviously, he's uneducated, saying that if you want to see it that bad, go look at the autopsy photos. They're floating out. No, they're not. No, they're not. There are no autopsies out there. There's a generic report that they took from the autopsy and wrote their own version of it. That's not enough for me. Now, if you were to release, like I said, true to form, the real autopsy diagrams and the real autopsy reports, toxicology, all that stuff, then yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need to see the body at that point. If I can trust in what you're saying, which I can tell you I don't at this point, truly, but that's the thing. They're still hiding things, and that's the problem here. None of us would even be talking about this if they would have done what a real investigation. They wouldn't have hid everything. We wouldn't be sitting here having this conversation, folks. That's all. We'd be talking about something else altogether different. And I think they've redacted more than enough at this point. They've redacted so much that we're already not in the know. Okay. I haven't.
And did they say that it was just the Laramie's on this?
No, it's the Chapins as well.
The Chapins are involved. Yeah, well, I'm suspicious as hell of the Chapins.
And here's the thing. I don't think because they didn't sign on, and I'm gonna tell you, I don't think the Gonsalveses support this, because if that's the case, then that means more things are going to be hidden, and they don't want that. They want to see everything. We know that already. Okay. They want to see and know everything. You are so welcome, Noel. Thank you for being here with us today, by the way. So that's why I believe that we're not seeing or hearing anything about the Gonsalves family in support of this, at least. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with this. I was watching her face, trying to read her a little bit. She'd be a good poker player, I'll tell you that much.
Not a great judge.
No, God, no. She's part of the reason why we're here right now, in my opinion. Truly. Okay. She signed off on some things that completely twisted.
I thought it takes a long time to get to be a judge too. And she looks like she's about 35.
She looks really young. I agree with you on that one. Well, I think there's a reason he got quiet, Paco. There were certain things that came out about threats against Brian and all this other shit happening. And I think Steve, knowing what he has said in the past, just shut up real quick and said, I'm back away from that.
Right after the international media tour, doing Good Morning London and all this stuff.
Yeah.
I'm sure we haven't heard the last from him.
Right. Yeah, I can agree. But as far as her, yeah, she does look young. I mean, look at Krista. Krista told me her age the other day and I about fell out of my chair. I didn't have no way believe that she was that old. So not that it's old. I'm saying that she was that age. I thought she was.
I have no idea how old Krista is, but she did mention that she's got a son that's older than my son. So she might be the same age as me, the poor girl.
I think she said 47 or something like that. And I went, no, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. I thought she was mid-20s, truly. So I was shocked at that one. But I guess there's people out there that can do that, not like the rest of us here who look 10 times our age, but it is.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the final days of my hair not being completely gray, but I can see that it's not going to last much longer.
No, you can enjoy it while you can. It's because the days of hair dye are coming down the road. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I can see the sides are starting to get pretty white.
Yeah, you can pull off the distinguished look if you try hard enough. It doesn't work for me. But
the boss in the Spider-Man cartoons, I think, was the look.
Yeah, Mr. J. Jonah Jameson. Yes, sir. There you go. Yeah, see, she said 47. There's no way in hell. No way in hell. I didn't believe her. I thought she was like 25, 26 years old. So, I got you, Witchy. I'm gonna be 51 in November, and my body feels like it's about 77, 78, roughly. But that was my doing. I did that all myself. So there's Twiz. What's up, brother? Good to see you today. Hope you're feeling better, feeling well. Whatever was going on, if anything, it's good to have you here. Appreciate you, buddy. So before we get moving on anything else, any thoughts, Eddie, Jesse, on anything to discuss before we get moving on anything based on anything we've seen or talked about in the past couple of days?
Not really much else to add. I don't want to spoil the mood in the room too much more about, how this will probably be all redacted under the guise of victim privacy rights. But I just want to point out that, just as we're reacting to this hearing, I just expect, that all the mainstream airwaves are going to have their reaction to it. And of course, they're experts on panel, which are going to try to sell the idea to normalize the, victims' rights being more important than the public's right to transparency.
Right. And of course, it'll be played out. If you argue that point, then you're just a bad person. You're not you don't care about the victims, that kind of shit. You know how that goes.
Of course, that's how they'll frame it.
That's exactly how they do that. That way, we're the bad guy because we want to have rights and want our rights supported, which is insanely ridiculous. Acted, destroyed, and hit so much. I mean, Jesus, yeah, there's a fire. The fridge door is left open. It's such an accident there. Things that are lost, all sorts of shit. You're going to tell me all of these things happened within this case? No. Just no. I'm sorry, but no. And they want us to be the dumb drones that they want us to be, that, marching through life. Okay, what you say is right. You're the boss. We're not to question anything. I'm sorry, but I can't be that person. I just can't. Exactly.
Real quick, Daigle, what's next on your docket? Is it more of these reports?
Yeah. I was going to pick up with 185 because we're coming towards the end and I want to get through these damn things.
Real quick, because I think we
take your time.
Spoke about covering this in the past. I think it was right as they released the body cam of Mitch Nunez. We kind of talked about it, but we never got back to it. But
right,
Jen, who was it? I want to make sure. Gen 7 asks a question about this document that speaks of a screenshot from Mitch Nunez's body camera. Do you all remember that? This is like a document from January 29th, 2025. Would you have time to pull up a document?
Yeah, I sure absolutely do. Anything
I can
for
direct
you
you right to it with the date and the title.
That's what we're here for. Hold on a minute. I get that link loaded.
I'm just going to make myself a coffee.
Grab a pillow to sit on.
I'm sitting on 3 and my ass still hurts like hell.
We got to get you a chair, bro.
Yeah.
Rolly chair, comfortable computer chair.
Problem is I weigh about 275 pounds, so they don't make chairs that can handle that in Thailand. Not too many 275 pounders in Thailand.
You got to get on Amazon. I mean, do you guys have, Thailand, you probably don't have that option.
They don't, nobody ships to Thailand on Amazon. They ship from Thailand, but not to Thailand.
I was going to say, we get a lot of our shit from you guys. So that's crazy. Yeah, we got to find you a chair somehow. Where can you get things shipped from? Anywhere?
China. Everything comes from China.
Okay. Well, go grab yourself a copy. I think I need a new one too. So let me get this link loaded up and we'll get this moving. Yeah, them wood chairs suck. I used to sit on one of those. I don't know how anybody does that for any period of time. All right, Eddie, where are we going, bud?
Okay, so in the case file, January 29th, 2025.
All right, let me slide down there real quick. Well, there's only 3 of them. Which one is it?
It is called Notice of Filing List of Stipulated Exhibits for motions to suppress and motion for Frank's hearing.
Wait a minute. January 29th of this year?
Yes.
Notice of intent to use IRE 404B. Motion to seal exhibit S1. Read the motion to extend state's rebuttal, expert disclosure, and motion to extend the state's rebuttal expert deadline.
I can't see what you're seeing, so I'm not sure.
Hold on. Those are the only 3 there for January 29th, unless they remove the damn document. Hold on. Let me show you. And let me blow it up a bit more so you can see it better. So, oh, that's too much. Sorry. All right, see? 129, 129. Those are the only 3 there. Oh, what the hell did I do? 1 second. That's too big still. Okay, there we go. Where the hell did dates go? Jesus, Diego, what are you doing? There we are. That's the biggest I can get it, Eddie.
Well, you don't have to get it.
These 3 are the only 3 from the 29th.
Motion. Huh. Because what you got there is so different than what I'm looking at.
Yeah, this is the case file that I've taken everything from the entire time.
Okay, 22nd supplemental request. Hold on. Okay, 22nd. What was that? 124.25.
While you're looking, I'm going to grab my coffee. I'll be right back. Keep going. I can still hear you.
So, okay. Order sealing exhibit S1 regarding states. All right, let me try this. We got about it. Notice 124. Okay, so Daigle, when you get back, I think I'm ready. I have an answer.
Okay, it's brewing right now, so I got a second while it's brewing. What's up?
Okay, so you see the one on January 24th, 2025 that says 22nd supplemental request for discovery?
That one there. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's an easy one for you to find. That's why I chose it, because it starts with a number. Don't click on it.
Oh, well, let me back up. Sorry.
That's just your reference point.
Okay, go ahead.
Because on my case file, that is dated the 29th. But anyway, now that you're there and you identify that one, go up just one document, which is the notice.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Of filing list of Yeah, that one.
Well, that's weird that they're dated differently, though. Okay.
Yeah. Mine is January 29th. Now click on that one.
Okay.
And let's see what happens.
Notice of filing list of stipulated exhibits for motions to suppress and motion for Frank's hearing. That's it.
Yep. So we're going to scroll down.
Blow it up just a bit so you can see it.
Page. The page is not numbered.
Right here is page 1, page 2,
2. Okay, after page 2, they're not numbered. Go down. After page 2, go down 2 pages.
So it's that big list there, right here.
Yep. And then let's see. Yep, it's at the bottom of the page that you're on.
Okay. Mick, right here. It's States Exhibit S4, screenshot from Mitch Nunez's body camera on 11/13 of 22 at 12:04. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Notice. So when that document first dropped, I think there was a collective theory or like a verbal wondering. Everyone was like, oh, the sheath.
Right.
That's got to be the sheath.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, but notice how that is, see how all those ones prior to it were like defendant's exhibit, defendant's exhibit, defendant's exhibit. And then
exactly, yes.
This is a state's exhibit. So keep that in mind. That's important.
Very much so.
So if it was the sheath, would it really be, the state? I don't know. It could, I guess there's an argument it could have been. But if you watch the body cam and notice what's going on at that timestamp, Mitch Nunez is in the kitchen.
Right. At 12:04, that's correct, yes.
So the mystery still remains. What is the screenshot of Mitch Nunez's body cam at that point? Keep in mind, a second lasts an entire second. It's not just, there's like 60 frames in a second or whatever.
Right.
So he's moving along, and you can kind of like start, stop, you might get 5 or 6 images throughout this period of time of that 1 second. So it could be any, we don't know where they stopped and chose to do a screenshot at that timestamp.
Right.
So that's inconclusive, but he's in the kitchen.
That is true.
So it's not the sheath anyway.
No, not by any means. And we probably never would have seen it because of where the sheath is, because it's in between the bodies, and they're not going to show the bodies. They're going to keep that blacked out. So, But
it's important that, in order to have everyone, rather than like you and I just talking about it and try to just using words, explain what we're talking about. It's important to have like the document up here so people know.
No, of course.
It has more context.
Yeah, I've
thanks for pulling.
Always agreed with you on that. Every time we've talked about something, I've tried, if I can, to pull the document up for sure.
Yeah. Now people, if they want, they can go, make a note of that time and then go into the body cam themselves and look around.
Yep. Which we can do that at some point too. We can pull up the body cam. I can take you to that time and show you exactly what it is.
Keeping in mind that that's a state's exhibit. So I don't know what the state would want us to see at that point. Could it be the door was open? I don't know. It could be.
Right.
The bag? I don't know. I forget what I saw while kind of perusing through what it might be. I don't even recall if the bag was, the Jack in the Box bag.
Right.
I don't recall. I don't recall really much of anything, what I saw specifically.
Exactly.
But anyway, so there's your answer, Jen, and it's still clear as mud, like everything else.
I love that term, clear as mud, which states the obvious that it's not clear at all. So let me see something here real quick. Will I get to it? Maybe. Let's see if this works. Here, I'll show you real fast here, Miss Jen. Just give me a second here. What was it? 12:04:55, I do believe.
Yep.
Okay, so we have 12:04:37. So give me one quick little. So this is about it. Here, let me back up a minute here and let it play. That's it. That's it right there. That's 12:04:55. Welcome, Humphrey.
Notice how you can like start it and then stop it immediately, and it kind of moves the frame a little bit in advance, and it still reads 12:04:55.
That's it. That's it. So it shows the kitchen, the slider door. This is when, mind you, this is when they're clearing the house still. And so that was it. That was the whole frame, 55. It's got to be that slider door.
Yeah, where's the bag?
Or the bag you can't see because of the gun, but the slider door seems to be the generalized focus of this frame itself.
Well, since we were talking about the bag last night, let's keep the footage rolling and see where that bag is in this house.
Yeah, good point. Hold on. Sorry, you guys. Wait till it comes back down. All right, this is where he goes back in and walks through the kitchen. I'm going to slow this down just so we can get a glimpse of this for sure. Right there. Well, it's a bag. Let me say that. We don't see that tag on it. Or is it over? Hold on.
Okay.
By the way, somebody asked last night where the container was that the girls were eating from the grub truck. Well, I believe this is what they were getting their food in from the grub truck, is right here. Sorry, there's somebody said there's no sound. Let me fix it, or try to fix it. Sorry. I might not have clicked that there. Okay, so that's the container that the grub truck food comes in. It's one of those to-go containers that you kind of like what you get for Chinese and stuff sometimes. Hey, Ro. All right, I have it paused right now, but there should be sound now. I fixed it. Can you guys hear it now? Does everybody hear it okay? But that's the container that the grub truck food came in my opinion. It's outside in a garbage can. So they were in the, I'm guessing that these kids, okay. Eddie, you're good with like things that have happened years ago. Better than I am, at least. Do you remember at some point early on, I think, that we had been told somewhere, maybe it's hearsay, maybe not, I don't remember. I don't know that I saw it in a document, that they were all in the kitchen together at one point. Do you remember that? Ever hearing that? Or is this part of one of my dreams again?
It might be one of your dreams. I don't recall it.
Okay. It could be too. That's the funny thing. But I do remember hearing it somewhere, dream or not, that they were all together in the kitchen at some point. So, okay, that would explain possibly how that container got out. And now let me clarify something. We don't know if that is from that night. That container could be in Kaylee's room, Maddie's room, because it sounded like they went to the grub truck a lot. In fact, when they showed up, he said, "Hi, welcome back." So that could be from another time, but I'm just saying that's the container that they get their food in from there. So, okay, I thought somebody would remember it. I saw another ridiculous court hearing in Idaho. Not shocked. Hey, Lucy. Good to see you, sis. Thank you for being here with us. Yeah, it was ridiculous, of course. Okay, so back to where we were going. Here's another thing. If you also notice, remember everybody was discussing, these bags look new, by the way. Okay. And that garbage can was overflowing with a pizza box at one time. It's not there now. So did they clean that up too? That was not like that after the crimes happened, like right after, but that pizza box is gone unless it's in this bag right here. Looks like it might be. But this is cleaned up and these bags look newer. That garbage can was way overflowing, if you guys remember. So just a reference and pointing it out. So I'm going to guess this is the bag, Eddie, right here, but we can't see the Xana name on it, but that looks like the bag itself, right or wrong.
I would agree. Yeah. There's grease like on the side that's facing outward into the kitchen. Right, and yeah.
So there's the bag. And again, not everything has been staged the way that they had it all put based on the other photos we've seen. So
within a conspiracy, everything doesn't have to be a conspiracy.
Yep. Oh, it stopped, Tomboy. I got it stopped. I want to see all the photos of the floor. We're at Ranger. Yeah, like I said, not everything's been staged yet, like we saw in the other photographs. The fry box might be right here, but the rest of the stuff is in the bag still. Hey, Potts. Good to see you, Miss Annie. Always happy to have you here, Miss Annie. Live, love, sail. Welcome.
Yeah, let's see if we can get the body cam to show us a clearer picture of what's on top of that microwave. Or the counter in general, you know, where are the cherry tomatoes, in other words?
I don't see them unless that might be them. It's fuzzy though. There's no napkins here. And these bowls are here, and I think like 1, 2, 3, 4. Are those the cherry tomatoes right there? Maybe it could be just blurry. Kitchen table's behind us in this photograph, in this video. Okay, so I just want to say, once my blood has left my body and is collected to put someone in jail, it is no longer my blood. It's key evidence. Thank you, Annie. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Agreed. So you watched it too, of course. Hey, Jesse. Good to see you, hon. So that I'm guessing that's the fry box. That right there. There's the butter dish. Those are got to be the tomatoes, even though they're kind of fuzzy. I think they are. Yeah, they do look like it. But once again, we're still missing these napkins that were balled up sitting here, or paper towels or whatever. Those are not there now. That bag is still over there. And I think these bowls are new, but I think they are, Eddie. I think those are the tomatoes. Fries to the left, right? They just don't have everything else taken out of the bag yet.
I agree. I think it's all there, except for the tissues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, were those? I don't know. Were they placed there from somebody that works in the scene, or what the hell? Is because they were. One was on top of the butter dish, and one was right between the butter dish and the tomatoes.
So, are we thinking that they staged it to appear to be a meal for one or a meal for two?
Well,
and then they would just use whichever one fit their narrative the best.
It's something in that aspect, Jesse. That's a good point. Pav, when he did his video, he pointed out that there were 1, 2 looked like burger wrappers, and then there's 2 boxes of fries, which looks like a meal for 2 per se.
I mean, it seems like all the photos things have been changed, and it's like they did a series of photos, and then they could pull the ones out that they needed to paint the narrative. The chose like a choose your own adventure book, right? You got it all covered. You want to see the pong table over here to the left or to the right, or knocked over, or cups on the floor, cups on the table. We got it all covered.
Right. And by the way, Miss Potts, there's a link pinned at the top of the chat. I know you like jumping up here when Eddie's up here. You're welcome to join us. Please do if you feel up to it. Hold on, I went too far, I think. Or no, maybe not too far. Right here. Jesus, there you go. Get it right. Okay, so yeah, that at some point they moved all of this off the counter, maybe so they could do the Amido Black spray. And then they put these things back. Like, why? Why did you put them back after you sprayed? You had to restage it, then take pictures? Is that what this is? I don't understand the concept behind this. That doesn't make sense. The droplets should lead out the back door unless he undressed in Zana's room, but they don't show any that I've seen in Texas. Let me back this up just a tinge more to where he's walking in here to see if you can see something on the floor, but I just don't see it.
Makes me.
Go ahead, bud.
Sorry, real quick. It just makes that that photo that was released early on. I think it was released by the mainstream media on January 6th, the one that I emailed to you and shared.
Yeah.
The one that we've all seen for, ever since the drop of the PCA. That one showing the bag, and you can see her name on the name tag of the bag, and it's next to the flowers or the plant.
Oh,
Makes me wonder when that picture was taken. What date?
What? Right. We got that picture. I'm guessing. I think, Eddie, it was the first week of the murders. So within the first week is when we first saw that picture. I think. Don't quote me.
And I tried looking the best I could to see, to narrow down when that was released to the public, and the best, the earliest I could track it to. I know Lucy Morningstar has a knack for this type of thing. Maybe
Yeah.
there's a better answer, but the best I could do was January 6th.
Okay, that's a popular date too. And yeah, Annie says that this video was after or before the amido was applied. So thank you, Annie. That's good to know too. I agree. They took photos of the floor. We know that, right? They had to have we've seen them. So let me pull that instead. That would be easier to see everything and clearer, and it's not moving. I can pull that back up rather than the video. Wouldn't that be better?
Did we ever come to a consensus opinion whether that amido black coloring was blood or not, or whether it was chicken or beef or cleaning supplies or?
Oh, when I read up on the amido black, and then Annie showed a really, really informative video too. The way I understand it is once you spray it, if it reacts, then you test it with another chemical. I can't think of the name of it, but that is to tell you what it is. You know what I'm saying, Jesse? They do it right there. To maintain whether it's human blood or whatever the hell it is, I think, or human whatever, but to make sure that it's got the enzymes in it that it needs to have for it to be applicable to what they're doing. And if I'm wrong about that, somebody please correct me. But I believe that's how I read it. And then, like I said, what I took from Annie's video, which was amazing. You need to go watch it if you haven't seen it, you guys. It does give you some info on certain things and shows you a lot too. So go ahead.
Real quick, I just finished my thought on the date of the picture of the Jack in the Box bag that we've all seen for over 2 years that was released early on. Like I said, the earliest I could figure that it was released. Now, being released doesn't suggest when it was taken, okay?
Yeah.
But part of the challenge is to find the first story about it. I know once something like that, especially in this case,
right,
gets out there, then the content creators start having like live streams or whatever about it. And JLR, I think, was right around the 6th. And then I even searched it, trying to find out like what mainstream media outlet had it out there first. And it seemed to corroborate. It was the 6th as well. So anyway, there's that bit of information.
Right. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. See, these are the things that they're trying to eliminate. They don't want pictures of the cars, their personal items.
I think the license plates are fair. That's pretty normal, isn't it?
They did what they're supposed to do. I don't care to see that. I don't need to see that.
Yeah. No, I think that's all fair game for me.
Agreed.
I don't like the cops when they go into the room. I think we should be able to hear their reactions. They're police officers, right?
I agree.
And I don't like that audio being.
I don't like that either. Witness reactions and statements. No. What if in the midst of one of the witnesses explaining something, crying, she says something that is important? I think we need to hear that.
What if Gunderson walked into one of those rooms and said they've been shot or something? You know, I mean, if you redact it, that's what we're gonna speculate stuff like that. Right. So don't let us speculate. Show us what they said.
Yeah, 100%. And Twiz, yeah, absolutely. Like Lucy said, a lot of us have had that shit for a long time already with the cars, the bins, the license plates, all that stuff. We had to have it to be able to look into things. Okay, so like it's been out there for 2.5 years. Annie says usually it will attach, meaning the amido black will attach to the hemoglobin in the blood and will turn dark black looking when it.
So the sink was all blue and there was maybe darker areas. Dark.
Yeah.
So was that blood then? Do we think?
I mean, that's my thought on it, Jesse. I believe it was. There's some lighter spots, like Annie was talking about. The one spot, I think it might have been by the door frame or something. She said it could be vomit, it could be blood, it could be whatever. She doesn't, we don't really know, but it will turn dark black looking when it detects the blood. The blue is the spray. The darker black areas are where they would test to see if it's blood. Where'd it go? Where'd the rest of your statement go? I'm sorry.
We certainly saw some bloody footprints, right?
Actually, blood. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like I said, in Annie's video, you can almost see what looked to me, as crazy as it sounds, this seems to be the thing, like bare footprints on the kitchen floor. A footprint, one, not two, but one. Okay, like you see the toes, the outline of the foot, the arch, all that stuff. So it's interesting. If you haven't seen it, like I almost want to show the damn thing myself, but it's great video.
What would that indicate, that it was one of the victims?
Or I don't know. It could have been one of the roommates. I mean, Dylan's outside barefoot. She's walking around barefoot, which must
Well,
have been
I
doing.
just mean that if there was only one footprint, like 1 foot.
Well, there's
right?
one photograph she pulled up, guys, that really got me rolling and made me start thinking. And I kind of put my own thing. You can see a footprint, and then I said to her, I put a comment up, and I said, one footprint, knee, 1 foot down, one knee down, like they were on the bed. Somebody was on top of somebody, more or less, with their foot there, and they're on their knee doing something. You know what I'm saying? Attacking
Yeah.
somebody. So that's in it. You can see it, bro. You can really clearly see it, and it's like a sheet. And I was like, shit. I mean, she did a great job with this video, y'all. I can't stop talking about it. And I know she says that I overhype her up, but I can't help myself. She did a really good job with it. I'm going to tell you about it if I think that. So, amido first, fixative second, then you rinse third. And if human hemoglobin is detected, it will be left behind and almost black looking. Thank you. That's how it was described when I read on it in the little article about how it's used and all that. You can't really tell, William. I mean, they look kind of big. Some of the footprint, the one footprint looked pretty big. Let's see. Be nice, Texas. Please. All right. I saw his chicken legs on top, possibly 9. No. Brian Koberger wears a 12.5 to 13, I do believe, was what was found at his home. So Dylan wears I believe a size 9 women's. If I'm wrong, fix me, guys. I'm trying to remember. And like the ones that we saw in the photos in the closet look tiny. Dylan's got pretty good sized feet. You can see him in the video. The body cam video. Thank you, William. I'm hoping I'm giving you guys the right info. I try to remember. My mind's kind of shitty, but oh no, he's been respectful, Twiz. I agree. I just don't want nobody coming at you, bro. You know, I'm gonna stand up for you every time. 10. She wears a 10 in women's. Okay, like I said, and my mother has. My mother's kind of tall, and she wears a larger size shoe for a woman. Women, you know, like my wife wears a 7.5. That's about an average size for a woman's foot to me. My mom has a bigger foot and bigger feet. So when I looked at, or bigger shoes, when I looked at Dylan's, I'm like, whoa, those are pretty big. So, but she's also tall for a woman too, I think. 5'10" is kind of a taller, it's not an average height for a woman, in my opinion. So, you know what they say about women with big feet? They have big shoes. I've never heard none about women with big feet, but Shaq donates shoes to her. Shaq wears a 22 or something, doesn't he? Jesse, sports guy.
Yeah, I don't have the exact measurements on Shaq's feet, but I know they're pretty damn big.
I think I remember reading somewhere a long time ago that he had to have his shoes special made somewhere.
Well, I think guys our age probably remember going to Foot Locker, and they would have a poster of Shaq's shoes and show the light. This is the real size of Shaq's shoes.
They were monstrous. I'll say that much. I remember picking a shoe up that I saw at a shoe store one time that was a size 22, I think. And guys, it's that, like, I can't imagine somebody's foot being that big. And
Do you guys have Foot Locker in Ohio?
Oh yeah. That's where I used to get all my shoes at in high school. Okay, so here's a couple photos of the floor. I don't think I can make this bigger because this is on a video roll. Texas, and it looks like I think we saw a couple droplets right here, here, maybe on the wall there, and in that corner there. You can see it. Texas. Welcome, Nanacow. Good 23s. Okay. Yeah, I don't measure up either, Lucy. Don't feel bad. I wear a size 9 in men's. Little feet. Sorry. You leaving, SRB? Have a good day. I got stuff to do. Well, fine then.
I have 11 and a half shoes, but I have small hands, and you can read into that whatever you like.
Hey, Mittens. Good to see you. So yeah, I don't know. Texas, can you hear me? That means you wear small gloves, Pappy said. I think I have medium-sized hands. They're not big or small. There's got to be more pictures. I'm sure there are. Well, there's over. Annie had stated in her one video that there's over 7,000 pictures that were done with the one. Well, I can't think of it again. That specific type camera, but okay, good.
Polaroid camera?
No. It's a specialized camera.
Oh, that one that does the that whole
The Liz Q360. Thank you, William. Yes. Why I can't remember that. 7,000 photographs, you guys. That's a lot. So on we go. See if there's any more that can be seen. And then we'll get up to the stairwell because I wanted to point something else up there too. Yeah, there's nothing. It looks like they tried to zoom in on things that they thought might be that. I don't know if that's blood or if that's like a nick into the wood. Because it looks like it could be a nick or something rubbed off in the corner there. Dean A, good to see you, my friend. Hey, Sandra. Am I going too fast with these, or do you guys want me to slow down, or what do you want me to do? Or I'm just. This is a video roll of the pictures, so that's why I'm kind of going through them like this. I'm sorry. I have stills of them too that I can go blow up and zoom into, but I'm just trying to get to certain points. I think in this photograph here, there's one blood droplet they might zoom in on that's like right there. It's the only one that I saw. And I think if it's there, it was there. There it is right there because it was missed, maybe. See it right there. That's the only one they focused in on. And I didn't see any more. Yeah, I thought it was a nick too, simply. Woke up in 1984. Good to see you. Yeah, see, that's blood, in my opinion.
Right. It's in your opinion. See, they didn't focus in on that because they thought it was blood. Otherwise, there'd be an evidence marker there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's not a marker there. Hey, Dean. And you don't see any other droplets in there, or what looks like a droplet, I should say. But that could have been I know this sounds dumb, but I'm just saying this so that people understand that. Is it blood? We don't know. It could be.
We'll never know.
But it could also be a drop of spaghetti sauce. I know, like, why the hell would you be spaghetti sauce in the bathroom, Dago? I'm just telling you, you got to think of it that way because we don't know. So, somebody could have been eating a sausage sandwich and dripped. You know what I mean? These are stupid things to say, folks, but I'm pointing out to you that there's no proof of it. So, I just don't know yet. Then these are shitty video too because they're blurry. There's a shower curtain, Eddie. You see it?
Dang. I'm surprised it's still hanging there.
I know, right? Crazy. And then here we are. They go back to this area here, and they're focused on this area, in my opinion, because this was an area that they end up spraying. There must be something I'm not seeing here. Now, this is the area where all that blood was on the wall that they sprayed with the Amido Black, where the streak was on the top of the baseboard. There's a box of Trulies, there's a phone charger cord, and there's a bottle of Mio for your water. And they're zooming in on this spot specifically, I'm guessing, because they think that's that spot. There's the bag, one of the bags. There's a lot of book bags and stuff and types of bags thrown around this area too. The couch, somebody had asked me in an email, they go, the couch looks like it's been moved all over the place and separated. Do you think there was a struggle in the living room? I think that's just how the couch is, because you can separate it. It's a sectional that comes in pieces. And I think that was just how they had it, because you can't make it completely meat unless you turn it a little bit. I just think it was just the couch. I don't think that it was moved or anything. It doesn't look like there was there could have been a struggle here, but I don't see anything that definitely tells me that. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I had one too. That's why I'm saying that I had a leather sectional once that it would always move apart. And here's the thing, being that there's no carpet on this floor, underneath it, they slide. Okay. So if somebody sits on it, it kind of, if you put any pressure when you sit down, they move out of the way. The carpeting holds it from moving. It's easier to move, but just saying that could be why. It looks like somebody sat in this spot right here a lot. If you look at the cushioning, it's wore down. That's a regular seat for somebody. And you can tell that these ones were never sat in because they look brand new. But I don't think it's moved because there was anything going on. I think it's moved because it's on a vinyl floor, and it's got plastic feet that slide. The TV sit on Roku, but light box, and I'm not seeing any other droplets any of these photos thus far. That's why I hate not having carpet, you guys. I can't stand it. As beautiful and as much as I love natural wood floors, I don't like them. All right, so somebody was talking about towels. This is, I think, Xana and Dylan's bathroom. Don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure this is it. Because we saw the bathroom on the first floor, and the third floor bathroom, we know what that looks like. So this has to be Xana and Dylan's bathroom. And there's a towel there, and I think another one in here too somewhere. So there's a couple towels, but lack thereof, I think there's towels folded all over. There's a towel there, it looks like, too. That's the other one. Or wait, is the second floor? That must be the laundry room, and is the second floor where Xana's bathroom was too. I didn't never realize that. It is. Okay, that makes sense then. Yeah, there's a towel in front of the washer and dryer and a couple folded on top of there. Okay. You wonder how many more towels were there that aren't there anymore. Is the all black clothing in the hamper? Did I miss a picture about all black clothing? Hold on. That it could be a towel, a hoodie. I don't know what it is, but there's something black as in clothing there, or some type of something, whether it be a towel or clothing. Can't really tell if it looks more like clothing than a towel, but there's no blood on the towels we're seeing. There's another towel hanging there. Somebody, and also pointing out that it looked like there was like a rug missing in one of the bathrooms. Wait, is that blood on whatever that is there? That looks like a sweatshirt. Is that a drop of blood there too? Or is that just like a tag or part of the shirt? It's hard to tell. Look at that crazy knife. Looks like it's all rusted out. Hopefully, it's not used for anything. Welcome, Dylan. How are you, brother?
Yo, 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 yo.
Hey, it's Twiz 2.0. How you doing, buddy?
Happy Thursday, everybody. How's
um,
everyone doing?
pretty good, bud. Texas, there's some more. That may be a droplet there, but I don't see a lot. They're not really focusing in on. This is the kitchen floor area again. Good, bud. How you doing?
I'm great. I'm just watching, following along, having a great day, hanging out.
Good to hear. That could be a droplet there. I think they looked at, but I don't. I think that's part of the flooring, my opinion. I think Texas is looking for like a blood trail going from room to room or something, but I think it was cleaned up if there was one. That's truly my opinion. There's obviously a cleanup, so I'm going to imagine if they noticed that there was any kind of a trail, that was definitely what was cleaned up, in my opinion. Going up to the third floor was very clean, very clean.
By the way, Dylan, I'm happy to finally meet you after all this time. I'm glad you're up here.
Who, Jesse?
Yeah, no, this is Eddie. You two have never met yet.
I was about to say, Jesse, I've been picks for months now.
Yeah,
Hey, nice to meet you. Today was a big day. I covered Real Mask Guy in a little love triangle of this new Andrew character who just popped on screen, and Brett Payne and his brother Kyle Payne, who happened to be in the same country that Mask Guy had his pinned tweet up to. So not so smart of the boys out in Moscow, but that's okay. We'll get to the bottom of everything. Mask Guy is going to try to keep this evidence hidden, but the minute that those black boxes are uncovered and the microphones and the mute buttons are turned off and you can hear everything, all of the little droplets and what you guys are going over now won't matter, because it'll be clear that these bodies weren't killed in that bedroom in small space in that little area. And you'll see that there was a cover up and there were Moscow police involved, and it's a lot bigger than just that. But one thing is obviously clear, like Brian Koberger, even with all this evidence coming out, there's still not one thing anyone can point to. So it's a good day for us. Again, you guys can go over this stuff inside the house all you want. It's cool. I like to speculate because I still have to speculate. We don't know what happened, but I think reviewing a crime scene like that had 8 hours of cleanup and unknown is kind of like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You guys might go crazy doing so, but it's okay to do so. It's okay to speculate. It's okay to question people. It's okay to say, okay, we haven't seen anything beyond a reasonable doubt, and now our antennas are going up, and random people online get to connect dots and say, oh, this is what's been going on. This is why you were so adamant that Brian did it, was because you're protecting someone or something. You work for the city of Moscow. You're involved with the Paynes. You're involved with the university. There's clearly a cover up. Like, this isn't rocket science. None of us are scientists or need doctorates to figure this out, that it's like, okay, what's going on? Like,
Right.
So
Right.
so we're beyond that point. Now it's time to go back to the start and say, okay, let's turn it all the way back to midnight, right? Let's start from midnight and then slowly work our way through that time frame and see what really did happen. And you have to throw out anything, Dylan's saying or whatever. You have to key in on video. You have to figure out who's driving these cars. Look at phone data to see who's inside the house, who's leaving the house, where Dylan and Bethany's phones are moving, where Apple Watches are moving, other people involved in the case, actually do an investigation into what happened. And then you'll find that, well, one, obviously Brian didn't do it, but then you can maybe find out who did. But it's a mess, and it's sloppy, and it's funny, and no eyes are going away from it. So it's a win. And college football starts this weekend. Follow Jesse for his picks. I don't have much time. That's all I've got. Follow me on Twitter. FOIA request Andrew shit in Moscow. Do everything you need to do to uncover the truth. I'm Dylan Mort. I know Brian Colbert didn't kill the Idaho 4. Respect the game, retweet, holler at your boy. Woo!
Let me ask you a question before you take, and he's gone. Okay.
That's well said. He said a
Yeah.
lot there, and
Yeah. Well, I wanted
covered
to
a
ask
lot
him a
of
question
ground,
real
but
quick
yeah, he's spot on.
about the I've heard that recently, and I've got 3 emails, folks, I gotten about thinking, people believing, because we've talked about, yeah, I do too. Dylan's pretty good, dude. Thank you, Pappy. I appreciate Ric Flair. Woo, yeah. Thank you for that membership, Pappy. I can't tell who got it from because when this stuff is up, but I appreciate that very much, my friend. Very generous of you. Whoever got it, congrats. Welcome to the sauce. We appreciate it. He made a statement though that a lot of people are asking me my thoughts on. I think that might be a blood drop it there. They're spread out all over the house, Texas. So like what they're showing us, I'm saying, okay. That 1, 2, maybe. Hold on. Let me back that up just a tinge. About my thoughts on the fact that they may have been killed in different parts of the house and put in those places, staged per se.
Yeah, he mentioned something like that.
I can't argue that, you guys, because we don't know that, okay? And it's weird because I have to say I'm thinking about it because we were told by the Gonsalves family, either they were told or they know that Kaylee was found sitting up in the corner on the bed next to Maddie. But then it's changed again to that they were both laying in the bed. Now we're hearing at some point that they believe that the possibility that the kid, it's being talked about in certain things, along with the statements that was Kaylee on the 2nd floor. If she was, how'd she get to the 3rd floor? In all that stuff, you know what I'm saying? So, once again, many, many more questions. Can you imagine if Dylan or Bethany got on chat or to twist the narrative with a voice changer? Can I imagine it? Sure, I can, Kiki. Do I think it's going to happen? No, but I can definitely imagine it. Right, Charlene. That's what makes no sense. I think that was a couple of them there in the ground floor bathroom. It looked like their Texas Ranger. There's the room that Dylan had no idea what that was, which I don't believe that either. On Jesse, where Jesse dropped off already? Damn it! Before I can get a question out, everybody takes off on me. Jesse said something about photos on Twitter. I didn't know there were photographs on Twitter. I didn't see those. That's a screen. If there are, I'll pull those up too because I haven't seen them at all. There's that one boot everybody's making a big deal out of. Maddie's boots are in her bedroom next to her clothing. So I don't know who that boot belongs to. I'm sure there's another one around the house somewhere that it would match up to it. So
Getting back to what you said moments ago, Dago, I agree. I'm open to the possibility now, especially ever since, we've heard Dylan's statement, so to speak,
yeah.
what she said on the body cam at any rate. I've never subscribed to the theory of, they were, killed off site somewhere at a different address. And
me either.
I'm not saying that. That's different than what we're talking about.
No. In that house, 100%. Yep. Yes, sir.
And nor was Dylan saying that either.
No.
Yeah. So just for clarity. No. But yeah, it seems like it is a truth. We gotta be able to pick the truths, the bits of the truths out of the lie. Not everything is going to be a lie just because there's many of them. So with confidence, Dylan has said that Kaylee went upstairs to go to bed and said that someone was here and ran downstairs like, someone was pursuing her. She had a purpose, moving with speed, and she made it into the bathroom near Xanda's room, it seems like. So you got to ask yourself, what do you think is happening? Like the bad guy is not pursuing her, just waiting up there for her to return moments later, as if she would. So
Oh, sorry, I was muted. But yeah,
it
you're
really,
right.
it really
not running.
seems like something happened. And I'm very open to the possibility Kaylee met her end on that second floor.
She could. She could have. That could be what we saw by the stairwell, that she was maybe running to get out of the house and got caught at the top of the stairs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That could be it. And then she was drugged back upstairs or something. At some point. That's not abnormal to think, folks. I'm just saying. There's a lot of this house and this scene that seems to be staged in a sense, okay, in my opinion. So if that's true, sure. Wait a minute, what was that? I'm sorry, but yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly, Eddie. I feel
if you're staging the some aspects of the crime scene, what if that can be established, well then it's within reason to be able to suspect that then anything could have been staged, to include the bodies themselves.
sure. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, I agree. So no, that's not any way out of the question to me. Does anybody know what pictures we're talking about, or Jesse was talking about? Well, here's the thing though, Texas. Okay. I think Dylan was still quite buzzed and thought it was Kaylee. I don't think Dylan was drinking. Okay. Many people have stated, including herself, that she wasn't going to drink that day and that she didn't drink that day. And then one of her friends said that she was surprised to hear that statement because Dylan told her she wasn't drinking that day. So did she drink or didn't she drink? This is where we have issues. Okay. Nobody knows the truth. Is she using that as an excuse to get out of making a true statement, or is it a factual information that she was drinking and doesn't remember this stuff? That's the problem that I have with this, because we don't really know. If that were true and if she was drinking, okay, yeah, that would make some sense. But now at this point, it's come out that she very possibly wasn't drinking. So I have to argue that point now. So, she said she wasn't feeling it. They were also having something with on campus about not drinking. So yet again, there's another conundrum wrapped in this. There's the bag, folks, the DoorDash bag on the table with the tag on the front of it. Again, for those of you that were looking at that. Right. No mention of drinking till later interviews. And in the statement on body cam, it was not spoke of once. Not once. She did say that initially, sir. But then after the fact, it came out in reports that she wasn't. There's the photograph of the bag, Eddie, on the counter after being sprayed with the Amido Black. That's what my thoughts are, Twiz. She told everybody she wasn't feeling it, but really, in a sense, was it because of that right there? That's kind of my thought.
You know what I'm interested in, Dago, is so Pav was talking about the dates of when these pictures were taken.
Right.
There's a way for us to determine that. Is that right?
I think
there must be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
Again, I'm just reflecting on that picture that I shared with you that we've all seen for over, nearly. Well, I think that was released after the PCA.
Yeah, I think I was thinking about that. I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, it would almost have to have been. So, at any rate, that picture that we've all seen, the bag next to the plant.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder when that one was. I wonder if we can determine when that was taken.
I think we can definitely try. For sure.
Hive mind, get on it.
There you go. There sure is a whole lot of something on that counter. That's for damn sure. So there's the right, yeah. There's the picture right there. And it got the 2 napkins in it too, if you can see it right there, folks. The tomatoes, the butter dish, the fry box, and the 2 napkins. Sorry if you hear crunching, guys. I'm chewing ice. My apologies. Oh, okay. Thank you, Dean. I'm glad you guys look at the small things. That's important to me. A lot of people don't. It tells me you guys are paying real close attention, and that's important. And this is where they destroyed Brian's car looking for anything and found absolutely nothing. They tried to say that they found bleach in his car. My understanding is that is like Armor All. But don't quote me. Don't have anything to verify the proof. And another thing that was brought up too, shit.
Appreciate it. And as
No, hell no. Not looking at that. What the hell? How did it jump from that to that? I do not want that up there. I'm sorry, you guys. 1 second.
You guys all know that it's always the ones with dirty hands pointing the fingers. So to that end, we've heard so many people say, oh, he almost got away with the perfect crime. But the thing is that these guys are getting away with the perfect crime.
That's a very good point. One second, you guys. I'm trying to pull something up here and see. One second. Tomboy, was there something specific you were trying to show me? I looked at the one side, but what's loud, Echo? Is there something loud? Thank you, SRB. I saw your statement. I appreciate it. Is it in the maybe in here? Oh, here we go. Okay, let me move that before we get back over here to that and throw this here. 1 second. Are these it? Oh, Lord. Hold on, you guys. my malware thing give me a warning to check something before I run it. That's what I was kind of point out too at one point, Texas, is that thing on the front of the car. You don't see that in any of the other photographs. The bug deflector or bra or whatever that thing's called. So I don't know. You know, is it on the car the whole time? I can't tell you because I didn't really see it. Okay, so we're good then. No, you're not selling me that today. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Back to where I was at. Jesus, this thing is. Was it on the car during his Indiana stop? That's what I was wondering. Did anybody notice that? And I mean, I guess I can pull it up, but give me 1 second here. I'm trying to pull something else up as we speak to catch up with something. Okay. So that won't let you do it, huh? I'll be damned. I wonder why. They got things blocked on Twitter already? Oh, okay. No, that's no, that's not enough. Okay. I was curious if it was on the Pix documentary stated where I don't know. Simply, I don't know. I do believe so. 300. I think the third or the fourth. Yeah, I don't think they show it, Tomboy. I think they just show the side of the car, and you can't really tell the front. Nor can you see it in the what do you call it? The stop with the female police officer. I can't remember when that was. Was it October? I think. That's Maddie's bedroom. Those are both her boots for somebody that was questioning that. Still don't quite know what this is right here. What they blurred there. I'm a little confused about that one.
And in that photo that you're not sure what they blurred out, that's kind of like zoomed in. If we were to have a different point of view of that room, that's kind of enlarged or backed away so you can see more of the surrounding areas.
Mm-hmm.
What room and what direction is the camera facing?
Oh,
Is
yeah,
that like, are we looking into a closet there, in other words?
That's what it looks like, yeah. I do believe. And so, yeah, a different aspect or a different angle would probably be
Someone
good.
was like being pursued, seeking refuge, hiding, dodging, an attack and being attacked in that closet. Is that maybe.
That could be it. That could have been during Xana's struggle. She could have backed herself into that corner. Oh, Nana says I think it's a mirror and it shows Xana on the floor. That would make sense too.
Yeah.
Good catch, Nana. Good catch. So these photographs, from my understanding, are from the house when the other people were living there. I don't know where these came from, but I guess beforehand. I guess this gives a different vantage point, possibly. It's definitely the same. It says the old house, but this is the same place. There's just different furniture and different setup going on, but it's the same place. And is it me, or does it look like there's carpeting on the stairs there, Eddie?
Just a second, answering a question.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
Sorry.
I'm back. What's the question?
Doesn't it look like there's carpet on those stairs there?
Hard to say. It's kind of blurry.
Mm-hmm. But for those that didn't hear me, this is the same house, but my understanding is that this is when there were other people living there beforehand too. Definitely looks more. Yeah, there's carpet there, I think. And I guess these photos give a different vantage point of the home. That's the living room area. Photos from the old house. Okay. Of course, there's a photograph there.
It's my understanding Kaylee was kind of sitting up.
Whoa.
And had fought.
Yes, sir.
I never saw that picture before.
This one? Yeah, that's one of the ones that we got from the second roll, I think.
Have you gone over them?
At one point I did, yeah.
I wasn't there.
Annie pointed out some things in this photograph that really, like the spot here on the pillow. Okay. It almost looks like somebody may have hit somebody or maybe jumped up and kicked somebody from the bed, maybe possibly in the head, and knocked the head their face sideways, which is this here, this cast off from the mouth, possibly, or something like that, maybe. So I don't know if there's somebody under this blanket or not, you guys. I don't want to think that, but there's a lot there. I believe this might be Maddie's bedroom. So that would be where Katie would be, or Kaylee would have been. But if we listen to this here,
we're just left in limbo.
This morning, Kaylee Gonzalez's parents sharing exclusively with GMA never before seen pictures and videos.
There you go. I think it's muted.
oh, you know what? Hold on. You're right. My apologies.
It's my understanding Kaylee was kind of sitting up. and had fought.
We're just left in limbo.
This morning, Kaylee Gonzalez's parents sharing exclusively with GMA never before seen pictures and videos of their 21-year-old daughter.
You can like season with these. You can't really season with them, but you can cook with them.
Yeah, I know that's in front of the tower.
Yeah.
This is in front of the University of Idaho Tower.
The family still waiting on a full digital copy of Kaylee's phone from authorities.
These are the last moments of your child's life, and you're sitting here fighting with somebody who just doesn't care.
They were able to collect some of Kaylee's belongings from the university over the summer, which raised concerns for them about how well possible evidence was processed, including a trash can from Kaylee's room that was full and appeared untouched.
We opened it. It was a little squeezy applesauce thing like you would give to like a toddler.
Yeah.
It did not appear to have been gone through.
Police saying they had gathered more than 100 pieces of physical evidence from the scene, along with some 4,000 photos and 3D scans of the residence. Still, frustration mounting for the family over what they consider a lack of communication and a rush to tear down the home on King Road. Christy describes for the first time how Kaylee was found.
It's my understanding Kaylee was kind of sitting up and had fought.
The way that room's.
I'm playing this for a reason, guys. That's based on what we're looking at here. Hold on.
Together, you come through that door, you can't get out of that room.
Completely, totally trapped.
Yeah, you're in the
Tiny,
bed.
tiny room. The bed was the entire room. You could barely open up the door without swiping the foot of the bed. And it was wall. You know, the headboard was up against the wall. The side where Kaylee was on was up against the wall. And if you can imagine Kaylee in an upright sort of position, up in the corner, slumped. I mean, she was trapped.
The home on King Road was torn down in the pre-dawn hours of December 28th.
That would be exactly what she's describing. She was sitting up in this corner right here.
The date of that interview with GMA was that
January 24th. I think January 24th. Yes, sir.
They spoke
January
of the
24th.
They were talking about the 3D imagery.
Right.
Does anybody recall? Because they did 3D imagery, and then what was it? About a year later, they did it again for the second time. What was the reason for that? I don't recall. Was it that the first one wasn't preserved? Am I remembering that right?
That's what I remember too. Yeah.
It would be nice to have that first 3D imagery.
It sure would. I do agree, my friend. So that's why I showed that video, because they're the ones that claim that that's how she was positioned. This is where she was positioned.
Dang. Does anybody know? I mean, I don't know what the norm would be. Would you do the 3D imagery? I wonder, would that forensic expert want to do that with the bodies still there?
I would imagine you'd kind of have to, wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you?
Right. I don't know, you guys, but this is kind of sad to me.
Trigger warning. This video includes sensitive and violent content that may not be suitable for all viewers. This video is for 18 plus only. Trigger.
So at this point, you know what? We can kind of see what law enforcement, when they opened that door, what they walked into. Okay, I see there's a blur here. So that's probably either Maddie or after Kaylee was moved. Maybe, I don't know for a fact, but well, see, they're telling the Gonzalez that she was sitting up in this corner right here, slumped over. They don't have that blurred out, so she's either gone or that's not true. Yeah, that's what I was guessing too, Tonka. With this here, there's a lot of blood there, and right here it pools almost, you can see. and I'm not trying to be gross here, folks. I'm just trying to help us use this to understand the scene and to learn what could have happened with this. Okay, that's my whole process with this.
Yeah, and again, if there's two bodies in the same bed, we would need to be able to see that.
Right.
You can't like redact half the bed and just show, have us presume that there's a body on the redacted side and then show this. I mean, what are we even looking at? There's no way to understand what it is that we're seeing.
And that's the thing. The statement doesn't match what we're looking at. There's the issue. Yeah, next to the blur. Maybe so that tells me that what they were told once again was not probably true. This is not a very big bed, guys. If you looked at the photo I showed you where I showed you, yeah, that's true. Twiz is right that we were also told that it looked like at one point that Maddie, it almost looked like Kaylee was thrown on like on top of Maddie across her. You know what I mean? See, this almost looks like there's somebody under the blanket, and that could be like Jesse said, or not Jesse, but yeah, Jesse, like the shape of a hip. You know what I mean, Eddie? The side shot, maybe.
Yeah,
or the curvature, if there's somebody under there, possibly. And so, did the person cover these people up after the fact, or did the people that cleaned up go in and cover them up after the fact? I don't know. We don't know what that's why I'm doing what we do, okay? Because we don't know. We're not being given truth, and we're not being given, honest takes on this so that we can come to a conclusion, which is hence again why we're doing this. Yeah, this is already like half the bed, and that to me, I believe it's a single bed that we were seeing in her room. Yeah, that looks like the curvature of a body. That's why I was saying. I don't know.
It's my understanding.
Sorry. Okay, these are the other photographs that we've seen already at that point. See, now they have that standing up. There's the pry box. That's a close-up of it. And then, again, this is Maddie's bedroom right here. That's not a big bed, you guys. And it looks like you got one person here, would be, and another there. And they are right. This is a very small room. Very small. Once you get inside that door, the bed kind of blocks you in along with the door there. You don't have anywhere to go. And you got over here to this side, you see she's got like not a dresser, but like storage and stuff. Her desk is here. There's nowhere to go in this room. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the cover looks like the blanket looks like it may have been covered over after the fact. It's weird. And then this is Xana's room, if I'm to believe. That looks like as though it's a futon because Xana had sold her bed. Okay. And it's definitely not the room we just looked at. And different blankets. So that's the only other room. That would be Xana's room then. It could be Barbara. That's a good thought.
Was there an outline of a phone in that one photo of Maddie's bed?
Right here? Or the other one?
The other one.
Hold on.
I think the other one, anyway.
Do you mean this one here?
Yeah.
You mean up here on the pillow? It almost could be that.
Amethyst Nor is the one that pointed it out.
That could be it, because Annie did make a statement in her video looking at this where she said that this looks like teeth marks here. as in like her almost like she was face down. That does look like the shape of a phone, folks. Like really, it does. And if Annie was questioning, maybe she was face down per se at one point. See, if their head was actually there, and those are teeth marks, it looks like she was hit hard in the face with something that may have knocked her face sideways, which is what caused this cast off over here, possibly. And it truly does look like the shape of a phone. It's almost perfect to that shape. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep, I can see. It's kind of rectangular on towards the bottom.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, if you take the blotchy out, there's the square or the shape right there, the basic shape of it. Wow. Very sad. Spinal fluid mixed with blood. You're right. Bombshell, that's a possibility. It could have been. If you think about it, they these people, whoever did this was really ignorant. Very dark.
It's my understanding too.
Back to down here. Oh, hold on. I think this is Bethany's room. There's some more of the cast off onto the wall there. There's a different version of that, like a cut picture of that photograph we saw, Eddie, where they just center in on the cast off right there. Not that it makes a difference, but that I don't know. 300. Okay, so that's more of a close up and an unblurred version of the one in Xana's room. And as you can tell, there's a lot of blood there, and it looks like back through here as well. There's a lot of blood droplets here. You go, Texas. It doesn't show where this is at, but yeah, the report indicated the phone was under it. Okay. That last one, Noel, I'm guessing yes. Yes, ma'am. Well, there's the infamous photograph, the mirrored photograph. That would be in Kaylee. No, that's in the hallway. I'm sorry. Coming up the stairs. My apologies. Living room, first floor. I think this is Dylan's bedroom right here. I'm positive almost that it is, because I think these are the photographs of the eyebrows and shit over here. This is Kaylee's bedroom. Murphy underneath the desk. All that whole thing we had back last week, which ended up being, it is him.
Yeah, something blurred out there.
Right here. Yeah, there's a blur here. I don't know what that would be, because that's a slider door. And I can't quite tell, Eddie, like what this is here. This is the slider door. This is the bed, the desk, the TV, little makeup thing here maybe. What is this? Is it a door? But it wouldn't make sense to be a door in front of a slider. I can't make it out. And I don't understand why that would be blurred, unless what you just said over here. Tonka said there was rumored that there were things written on the wall in blood. Maybe that's what that is. But I don't see blood anywhere else in her room, so I don't know. Looks like a mirror, which would show you what's on the bed, but there was nothing on Kaylee's bed, remember? Pictures taped to the wall are blurred. It's weird. This is the office, by the way, on the first floor. That they called it the office. I guess that's where Kaylee would work at. There's the ground floor entry. On one of the docks, there was blood. Okay, bombshell. I must have forgot then. I'm sorry. If there was blood swabbed from Kaylee's room, I did not realize. Okay. You know what those are? There's the Chapin family.
One thing is for sure is that these photographs that they're sharing with us, they do more to confuse than to answer questions.
I do agree. I do agree. The blanket there. Now, okay. Hold on here. Can I blow this up? Because this was kind of important. Don't think I got to it yet. It's probably coming up soon. There's a document in here that we're about to read here soon that they found blood on Dylan's clothes and a blanket of hers. Tell me something, folks. If Dylan was nowhere near this, how'd that happen?
Yeah, right.
That's all I'm asking. Is this? Yes, it is. So we're gonna actually go to that here in a minute here, because I'm curious myself. How did anybody's blood get on anything Dylan owns if she was not involved in that situation, or even it didn't go anywhere near it? You know?
Yeah, and it's in the report, but yet they'll. Well, number one, they wouldn't have looked into it, and then it's just for your imagination to dismiss it.
Right. And no, of course not. They haven't told us whose blood it was. And let me do something here. Let me move this.
Right. It could be her own for all you know,
Exactly.
From last week.
Right. I'm going to pull that up real fast, you guys. Just a minute here. Hang on. Since we didn't get to read again, which is fine. We'll get to it. It's not going nowhere. Number 191. Okay. My understanding is there's something in here about this. This is number 192 for anybody that wants to record that, possibly. Jeffrey Talbot says on November 13th. Yeah, about, oh shit, guys, give me one quick second. I'm sorry. I have to grab something. Hold on.
On November 13th, 2022, at about 12:22 p.m., the Moscow Police Department requested Idaho State Police investigations to assist with multiple homicides at 1122 King Road. The victims were identified as such that we all know. On December 30th, 2022, Brian C. Kober was arrested for the homicides. I, Detective Jeffrey R. Talbot, was assigned as the lead crime scene investigator. Kohlberger was appointed Kootenai County Public Defender and Taylor as counsel. And Taylor requested multiple items retained from the residence. On June 8th, 2023, I conducted presumptive testing on multiple items retained from the residence. 2 items tested were presumptively positive for blood.
Did you already read this, or is this a secondary portion of this?
I haven't read any of that.
So, number one, Ann Taylor requested MP retain multiple items from blank blank room and spare bedroom located 1122. Blank was blank of Gonsalves, Mogan, and Kernodle, and blank. So, roommate. Okay. The defense items were a handwritten note, a pink and white colored blanket with red hearts, pink and white colored cloth, black and white colored Vans shoes. Red and white colored shoes, unknown brand. Black and white colored Converse shoes. Black and white colored Adidas short sleeve t-shirt. Green and pink colored coat, unknown brand. On June 8th of 23, I presumptively tested the items from Report 140 with Blue Star at MPD Evidence Storage. MPD Evidence Technician E.T. Tim Smallridge was present. The pink and white colored blanket and green and pink colored coat tested presumptive positive for blood. There you go. I requested E.T. Smallridge send presumptive positive items to ISP Forensic Laboratory for further testing. Now, stop. Okay, we can say that that could be her blood, but why? Why would Ann specifically request those items? Because I've told you before, and I still believe this. I don't care what has happened with Brian or not. I believe that Ann does everything knowing what the outcome is going to do before she does it. And you've heard me say this, Eddie. Okay? And those are specific items that were requested, right or wrong.
Right.
Which would tell me, for some reason, she believes that those specific things needed to be tested. Does she know that that's something that she was wearing? Based on somebody else's testimony, possibly? Photographs? I don't know, but that's crazy, folks. And they tested positive for blood. Of course, we have no lab reports to give us any answers to any of these questions, but that's important to me. Oh, don't say that, 300. I love peanut brittle.
At least it would be the victim's blood.
At the very least, yes.
And at the most, or at the worst, it would be, unknown.
Or at least it would be, at least it could be Dylan's blood. At the very worst, it would be the victim's blood, right? So I'm going to read it one more time. On November 13th, about 12:22, MPD requested ISP District 2 to assist with multiple homicides. We know all that. So Jeffrey Talbot was assigned as a lead crime scene investigator, was appointed Kootenai County Public Defender Ann Taylor as counsel, requested multiple items retained from the residents. On June 8th, I conducted presumptive testing on multiple items retained from the residents, and the two items tested were two items that were tested, presumptively tested positive for blood. And it says the pink and white colored blanket and the green and pink coat. Now
that I've given it some further thought, I'm not sure which would be at least and which would be at most.
Yeah,
if it was her own blood in a quadruple homicide where there's been 4 stabbings, I don't know if it was her own blood, if that would be a good thing or not.
That's a good point.
If it was the victim's blood, oh yeah, I was sleepwalking. I don't recall. I was blacked out.
Damn it, I just grabbed that. Hold on, Eddie.
So to me, it seems like Dylan is out and about in the crime scene. Oh, and by the way, to add to that thought, if that's true, that she's out and about in the crime scene, investigators know that too.
Sorry about that. Okay, so
What
I
I was
think
saying, Dago, is it seems like Dylan was out and about in the crime scene. Just if we read into
right.
this report, and if that's true, what it suggests, it's not suggesting that Dylan is lying,
No,
although
it just
she is. It's that the investigators are lying. They would know this.
right.
It's not her lie she's telling. She's being forced, coerced, instructed,
Yeah.
whatever.
Led and fed is what I've been calling it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or fed and led, to put it in right order. But yeah, that's kind of important to me, you guys, because truly, even if she had nothing to do with what happened to them, she lied about being in the crime scene. Period. Why did she do that? I mean, honest to God, why would you lie? Here's the thing. Let's say that this went down the way that they're trying to make us believe it went down, and that those two had no idea what happened, honestly. Okay? Excuse me, I'm sorry about that. Let's take that scenario. They had no idea what happened. Oh, okay. I'm sorry that the ice is bothering you, 300. I thought I was muted when I was doing it, but my apologies. I didn't mean to upset anybody by chewing ice. The fact that this jacket now it doesn't even mean that she had these things on. Okay, she transferred blood if it's from the victims from that scene to something in her bedroom, which says again she was out in the midst of the scene. So we have a blanket that has red hearts on it that we saw on the bed, and a coat that's pink and green. That's kind of important, I think. Yeah, and that's what I was getting ready to say, Paco. I'm sorry, I got off track on my own, but they had to have tested the blood, Humphrey. We just don't have any lab reports back on any of what it was, and it's that there's a lot of those. So if that's the case, and like I was saying, if you knew absolutely nothing about what happened, what was going on, you didn't this, and we were going to follow the story the way we're supposed to be following it, the way they want us to, then why did you lie about any of the things you lied about? That's my biggest question right there. Just be honest with everything. Just I don't know. I don't know this. I don't know that. Why'd you tell all these stories? If you don't know, all you have to say is, I don't know. I mean, does that make sense what I'm saying, or does it sound dumb? Because if it was me and something happened in my home and I didn't hear it, I was sleeping through it, I didn't know anything, I'm not going to go make up a story to tell somebody about it. I'm just going to say, I don't know. Does that, you know what I mean? I mean, that makes sense to me, but she didn't. She told 8 different stories in 8 different ways and lied about 72 other things. In turn, we are questioning that and every bit of that because of that. Hey, Fizzy, the way she ran up to Jack Decor when he showed up on scene, it was like she had to be the first one to tell the story. She had to get right up and tell him what she knows right now. As soon as she saw him, she ran up to him. That bothers me. Why didn't you let him come to one of you? Why did you have to run up to him and tell him real quick the story that went down? Maybe I'm making too much out of it. Okay, I'll take that. But it bothers me. As do many other things.
Yeah, and we know through all the text messages that are documented that they weren't sleeping. So did she have a shower? It appears that she did. Can't prove it, but it seems likely.
I agree. Yeah, the crying, I agree, was a bit off, Sandra, for sure. And the last Instagram video of Maddie was the bullying to DM. I never saw that. I have to believe. I have to agree with you, Sandra. I truly think she does know. I honestly think she knows. And I'll be honest with you. I don't know why I give Bethany grace on this, but I feel like Bethany knows for whatever reason, seems to maybe possibly know. And I'm probably wrong, but I feel like she knows a lot less than Dylan knows. I don't know what makes me feel that way because they were both there, in my opinion, unless they weren't. Is it possible Bethany left? Sure. Was Dylan there by herself? Sure. Is that maybe why if Dylan was there by herself, is that why the 4:30 a.m. vehicle shows up? Because she was there by herself? You know what I mean? I still can't get that loud ass car showing up, Eddie. It drives me nuts.
One thing is for sure, when they were, asked by Officer Nunez to stand over there, kind of by the dumpster, that Dylan and Bethany were, although it was a very limited space, they seemed to, Bethany seemed to want to keep her distance from Dylan.
It did seem that way, did it? Or did it not? I mean, like, those were, okay. I'm glad you said that. Okay. So these two were in the home together when this crime was committed, okay? They spent the entire night together in Bethany's room, we're told, right?
So we're told.
Why is it now, even when they were separated over there in the group huddled up, Bethany was standing over here with her friend, Dylan was sitting down over here with somebody else. Why were they not hugged up together? They spent the whole night together going through this trauma. I hate to say it, but it's a bonding thing that would happen between people going through that together. So why are you not together now?
Hard times bond people.
They do.
More so than mundane, regular, everyday times.
They do. Yes, they do. Those two, if this is all true, those two should be like the best of friends at this point because they made it through that situation together. They weren't, from what I noticed, they weren't close within that body cam video very much at all. Just saying. So I'm going to read this one here, and I think we'll do it for today. I'm sorry we didn't get to read so much, but we had that hearing and a bunch of other stuff. So we'll get back to them, though. I'm going to read this one, and then I think we'll kill it for today.
Daigle, while you're doing it, I'll hop out, join chat, and thanks again.
Okay.
As always, we'll talk to you.
It's every day an honor for me, my friend. I appreciate it every time. Thank you. This is Spencer Knudsen, and Detective Barrett. I, Detective Knudsen, District 5 Investigations for ISP, maintained a running report as instructed while assisting Moscow PD with the homicide investigation. Narrative is based on lead number 5839 on December 2nd of 22. I, Detective Knudsen, with ISP investigation, along with Detective Tyler Barrett, conducted a phone interview with blank, 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 stated that he is a next door neighbor of the victims. Oh boy. Is this Enan Harsh? Blank stated that he was in a slight altercation, oh, maybe not, with a kid named Blank at the Corner Club bar earlier in the spring. Blank provided us with the name of blank, blank, who was his roommate. This incident can be closed. Well, that's it. Over with, done, no more. Okay, whatever. 5726 lead number on December 2nd. Detective Knudsen and Tyler Barrett conducted a phone interview with blank, blank, blank. And blank stated that during last semester he had an altercation with blank, blank at the Corner Club. Blank stated that blank told him that he was going to knock him out. Blank stated that blank was really drunk that night and had no further contact with him, and this incident can be closed. So these are just stupid. Lead number 413 on December 3rd, Detective Spencer Knudsen with the Idaho State Police. investigation along with Detective Tyler Barrett conducted a phone interview with blank, stated that she talked to Detective Lake on a Tuesday after the incident happened. Blank stated she called in the tip on blank, who she went to college with. Blank stated that blank is violent against women. Blank, who she went, or I'm sorry. Blank stated that during Halloween party in 2020, had her friend's hair pulled by blank, stated that she has heard blank talking bad about women. Blank stated that she has seen blank fight with other males. Blank stated that in August of 22, there was a group chat going on, and blank stated that Maddie and him, blank, quote, there's quotes, blank stated that blank got mad during the chat and called Maddie a bitch. This incident can be closed. I wonder who blank is. I think that's it. This next one is something different. Yeah, it's another coworker bashing. And so is that. And so is that. And so this one's on November 23rd at approximately 10 a.m. ISP O'Hara, Detective O'Hara and I, Detective Powell, reviewed security camera footage from blank in their security room. A tip had been received that Gonsalves had reported to her father, blank, Steve Gonsalves, that someone was following her while she was shopping at Winco, I'm going to guess, on October 14th to 22. The footage we reviewed was dated October 14th to 22. During the review of the video footage, Gonsalves was seen entering, I'm going to say Winco, I might be wrong, but that's what I think, at 7:24 p.m. As she enters, she passes two males, and you can see them stare at her as she walks past them. The two males were later identified as blank and blank. Gonsalves walks directly to the alcohol cooler, picks up a case of White Claw. After picking up the White Claw, Gonsalves walks to the self-checkout registers. Blank sees Gonsalves walk past them and immediately starts to follow Gonsalves. While she's checking out at the register, Gonsalves stands back watching her, blank stands back watching her from a distance. Once Gonsalves finishes checking out, she leaves the store and walks towards her vehicle, which is parked in the Far East parking lot along Farm Road. Blank follows Gonsalves to her car, but doesn't make contact with her. He turns and walks back inside. Blank and meets up with blank. Blank and blank finish their shopping and check out. As they're walking out to the exit, they pass the self-checkout registers and both stare at an unknown female checking out in the self-checkout. Blank walks outside and stands next to the pillars in front of blank. I'm going to say Winco again, as blank pushes their grocery cart to his vehicle, which is a blank. Once the unknown female exits, blank and walks past her vehicle, then walks towards the vehicle she came in. Blank did not appear to make contact with her and continued towards blank's big vehicle. This is a follow-up, I guess. On December 1st of 22, Detective Adams and I interviewed blank at his apartment, blank, Moscow, Idaho. This is a summary of the interview. For full details, listen to the audio, of course. He identified his friend as blank. He and blank will go grocery shopping at Winco together on blank after school. At times, blank will see a girl he wants to talk to and will follow a girl outside the store and try to talk to her. And see, that's not abnormal, guys. Listen, let me tell you something. Some of this stuff I think has been over, maybe because the things are different now, but back in the day when I was like 17, 18, 19, 20 years old, 19, before I got married, when I'd hang out with my friends and we'd see a girl that I thought was hot, my buddy would be like, I dare you to talk to her. And I'm like, whatever. I never had a problem talking to girls. Okay. So I'd be like, fine. And I'd go up and I'd talk to her, walk up, I'd go out. There's been times, though, that I would walk out or follow somebody to go talk to her, and I'd lose my nerve because I just thought she was way out of my league, and I'd turn around and walk away because I get nervous. These things are not abnormal, okay? It's not abnormal. That's how things were then. I'm sure they're still the same way. And some of it has been very much over dramatized, Echo. Yes. I understand why, because of the situation, but truly, it doesn't make them a stalker. It makes them a young guy that wants to talk to a pretty woman or a pretty girl, okay? And maybe lost his nerve. That's why he turned around and went back inside. I can feel that. I can understand that. I was that person at one time. Yeah, and they over embellish some of these things to make it make sense with this case, I think, to make it look worse than what it was. And some of these people, Jesus. And that's well, I'm sure that's all that it was like, Jesus, I just thought she was a hot girl. I wanted to talk to her. Wasn't going to kill her, you know? Now, I know nowadays, guys, things are a little bit more dangerous than they used to be. That could be somebody that would do that. We don't know. Sure, I know that. That's the problem, is we don't know how to weigh this out, which way is which. So that's the issue. And it kind of says this here. At times, blank will see a girl he wants to talk to and will sometimes follow a girl outside the store, try to talk to her outside. He will do this because he is really shy and doesn't want to be rejected in front of his friends. Bingo. I know the feeling, okay? On December 1st, ISP Detective Williams and I interviewed blank. Blank has been a student at U of I for almost 2 years, goes grocery shopping with blank every Thursday after school. I showed blank a clip from security camera footage of him following Kaylee out to the car when she was leaving Winco. Blank agreed that was him following Gonsalves. Blank followed her out of the store to try to talk to her and get her phone number. He was unaware who she was, and according to him, he did not talk to her. The reason he followed her outside instead of contacting her inside the store is that he gets embarrassed easily and did not want to be around his peers in case he got turned down. I truly understand this, okay? Blank stated that after checking in that same evening, he saw another girl he wanted to talk to that was checking out in the self-checkout line. He waited outside by the pillars in front of Winco entrance until she walked out. He approached her and he asked if she would like to talk, and she turned him down. Okay. He was unaware of the homicides that occurred until late afternoon of November 13th, around 1 p.m., after he saw the email from the university, which is the vandal alert. Blank denied knowing any of the students and had only seen them when a GoFundMe account was sent out to all of blank students. The night of the homicides, he stated he was in his room, as he rarely ever goes anywhere except the gym and the grocery store due to his schedule with school. Blank A agreed to provide DNA. I don't know who A. Okay. I guess they forgot to redact that. Agreed to a DNA buccal swab. I donned nitrile gloves, used a sterile buccal swab on the inside of Blank's cheek. I transported the swab back to MPD, where I turned it over to evidence, made a copy of interviews, and placed them on a compact disc and sent it to MPD as always. And that's that. So we're leaving off there at 190. So like I said, you guys, this stuff is not abnormal. Those things I can understand, and I kind of feel for those guys. At some point before I became overly competent, I was shy too. When I was in middle school, I didn't grow the confidence that I ended up with until I was probably a sophomore in high school. And at that point, I didn't care who you were. I had no problem talking to you. But before that, I was severely shy and would not even approach a girl that I thought was attractive because I just felt the rejection was going to be too much. Okay. I understand that. I do get that as a young guy. And again, remember something, folks, when we were, for all of you males that are in here can attribute to this, when we were 19, 20 years old, you're a walking ball of hormones, folks, ready to explode. Every girl that you look at turns you on or makes you excited, or it just is what it is. So you can't buy alcohol at the self-checkouts. Okay. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Maybe unless you have somebody come over, wave somebody. I know at our Walmart, if you do something like that, you flip a switch and a light goes on and somebody will come over and check your ID. Maybe that's what happened, Noel. I hate that they're going from the end to the beginning. It's kind of dumb. I agree with you. You can buy me. You can buy you? Okay. I know here at our Walmart, if you buy alcohol and you don't, they make you, it flips that light off at the self-checkout thing. And then somebody walks over and they check your ID. That's how they do it here, at least. Yvonne, that's cute. If it wasn't for serial harassment, as they describe it today, I wouldn't have. I've never gotten together with either of my husbands. Well, I mean, that goes for a lot of people, guys. Oh, that makes sense. In Cali, Noel, I got you. The clerk has to put in a code. Yep. After they look at your ID, that's exactly how it works here, Twiz. So, but California, I'm sure that's crazy, Noel. So, I mean, over embellishment, over exaggerating, but for a good reason, I'll say that much. You know what I mean? Oh, Lord. Well, you're not much older than me, Miss Noel. You probably look 10, 20 years younger than me, too. Well, guys, that's going to do it. Interesting. That hearing really kind of was wild to me. And we will get to this reading and get this done. We had just got so much stuff going on with it all. Yeah, it must be different in different states. I got you. It's just alcohol, right? I don't know. All right, guys. Well, thank you guys so much for joining me today. Hopefully, I'll be back here tonight, early evening. Have a great day, Nana. Everybody in here, thank you so much for joining us. Mods, thank you. If you're not busy, I'd like to speak to you just for a couple of minutes afterwards. Thank you, Pappy. Yes, always. I try to. You guys are amazing. Thank you, Eddie, for joining me. Thank you, Jesse, for joining me. I appreciate you guys very much. Also, Dylan and Mort, thanks for popping in and spreading the word. Much love to each and every one of you guys. I care. I love you guys so very much. I do. I appreciate you so very much as well for supporting my channel. By the way, anybody that chose to donate to the channel today, if you did, never ever expected, folks. We do definitely appreciate you, though. God bless. Thank you so much for that and your generosity. I appreciate you guys much, and I will see you very soon, guys. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, and don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people. See you soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Blood on the menu, coffee served blacker than a night raid. Knives out, silverware sharper than a switchblade. Cops on the block, sniffing scents like a bloodhound. Sharp lines drawn where dreams get gunned down. Orders come quick, whispers in the steam rising. Crooked deals, blue truth drowning, no compromise in this cafe and quaint. It's a scene out of nightmares. Mugs clink, but the sound's laced with despair. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Bagel serves the brew, murders keep the time. Menacing the code, specials written in blood. Today's dish, betrayal, served with a grudge. Bagel in the back, flipping pancakes with a snarl. Bullet holes in the walls, paint a mural that's dark. Customers in shadows, faces blurred like a dream. Conversations and whispers, plotting schemes unseen. This ain't your local diner, this is Hell's Canteen, where your last meal's a latte and regrets the cream. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time.